Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment. I want to welcome everybody tonight to the first show of the Swirling to Investment Online Academy, where we come together and talk about interracial dating to marriage, swirl to investment. That's what it means. And we're going to break it down from creating a plan, being strategic, dating the right people, and doing it in a safe manner. And this is going to be a participation where people come in and tell their experiences, and we can learn something. And what we're seeing in today's world, we're seeing black women and white men being successful when they get together in marriage. And it's really nice. But a lot of times, black women, white men are having trouble getting together, having trouble meeting each other, and being in different neighborhoods, different cultures, looking at the world through a different lens. And that's why I'm starting this series to help black women, white men, or other non black men dating black women and doing it the right way, finding out the good people. Swirl to investment is interracial dating to marriage, doing it the right way. We don't promote swirl for the experience, swirl for a desire or some other reason. We do it, we promote it for finding a marriage partner, you know, building the family the right way, dating to marriage. And it's just in an interracial setting. But anyway, I hope you enjoy this series. Tonight's the first night of it. Um, and I believe it's going to get better as we go. This is just the beginning, the introduction. I hope you enjoy. Have a good night, and I'll see you at the live stream. Okay, how's everybody doing? I want to welcome everybody, and this is like the pilot series, the Swirl to Investment Academy, where we're going to talk about interracial dating to marriage, swirl to investment. You've heard me say that phrase, and what that means, if you don't know, that means interracial dating to marriage, swirling the right way, the way that we promote here on this channel. We don't promote swirling for, a desire, lust, or fetishes, or none of that stuff. We promote it to marriage. We promote family. And we do it in a traditional way. And that's what I want to promote. And that's what series is going to be about. And tonight, I got my awesome wife, Sandy. She's going to be here for a little bit. She's got to get up early in the morning, so she'll be here for a little bit. And then after that, I will be breaking down, how to swirl to investment. And I'm going to open up the panel and bring people up that want to speak on this. I would like to get people that have been in interracial marriages, relationships, and how they got together, what happened and stuff, and how did that work, and how'd you go about doing it, and what type of neighborhood and what type of atmosphere. And we're going to break this down. We're going to create a plan, okay? I'm not a professional here. I'm just telling you what I think, and I can share with what worked with me, with my wife, and she could share that with you also. And but open up your options. Okay. There are good and bad in all colors of people. Okay. And we're finding out black women, white men relationships are successful these days. Okay. Good things are happening. There's a blessing here that not everybody's seen. Okay. Me and my wife, we're living that blessing. We've been married over 28 years, ever since we got married in May 19th, 1994. Okay. So that tells you how long we've been married. Our kids are grown up. Our youngest is 21. So,
just turned 21.
Yeah, just turned.
Yeah.
And the other night we're celebrating her birthday. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's still have to do cleanup. So it was a lot. It was quite a few people there, but that was good because her birthday turned out really nice. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing?
Yeah, and we had a good time. But when we got together, I was always attracted to black women. So me going for my wife Sandy, it wasn't new. Black women have always been my preference, but for my wife, it was a bit different. I was the first white guy, and
Yep. And he was the one that went ahead and approached me. So that was different because I wasn't expecting that at all. So with us as black women, we do, just like we say, we need to go ahead and explore our options. I mean, what do we have to lose? I mean, we have been through everything forwards and backwards and everything else in between. So, it's time for us to go ahead and have, explore options for us, do what we want, just to go out and meet somebody, be with somebody, have a companionship, just open up your options. And because us as black women, that's what we need to do. We always been told to, we'll always have that chatter in our ear, always been spoon fed, be loyal, do this, do that. But right now it's a different world. A lot of things are open to us that we take advantage of and do things and just, meet people and get a generalization of people around, because this is a time that you deserve to be happy. You deserve to have somebody that loves you for you, gets to know you for you, and be there for you. So you deserve that. So, always open up your options. I'm not saying, things, can happen, but we go out there and we explore. When we fall down, we pick ourselves up and keep on going. It's always, that's just life. But, always just, be careful. Be on your game. When you meet somebody or you talk to somebody, always just have that, there to somebody, guide you or, help you out and be there for you. So, I mean, just, keep your options open. I mean, that's how pretty much it's going to work. But with Brent, it's going to go through stuff here. So maybe get some ideas and how we're going to go ahead and, meet that special person in your life there. That's game. So.
Yeah. And, the thing of it is, open up your options. And for men, approach. Can I say that enough? Approach. Here's the thing. There are a lot of people that want to interracially date, that have a desire to do it. They want to do it. But a lot of them do not do it. Okay? Here's the thing. If you want something, you go for it, right? And if there's a special lady you want to be with, you have to approach. A lot of men don't because, well, I've had people email me, tell me they've wanted to date black women and they're like in their 50s or 60s. And I'm just, well, that's great and wonderful and beautiful, but what were you doing? Did you try? Mm-hmm. Well, my family wouldn't accept that. Well, here's the thing, okay? In the white community, the man is the head of the family. So when I leave my mom and dad, guess what? It's my family now. What they say I do, it don't matter because I'm in charge of my family. Isn't that how it goes? You go find a wife and you create your own family, right? So if family, friends, and people around you won't accept it, this is what I say you do. Go for who you want to be with, make your move, and then hold up your hand like this and bring fingers down except the middle one, right? I'm not going to actually do it. And you just give them that signal. That's the bat signal saying I'm dating and marrying out because I want to, and I don't care what you think. Because at the end of the day, the most important person in your life is your wife. Okay? And guys, if you're too scared to approach, you don't deserve her. And ladies, and if you don't approach you don't deserve you. But that is a barrier. And I've talked to black women that say they would want to, but things, they just didn't know how their family would react, right? I mean,
right. So pretty much when things like that, we're pretty much talking ourselves out of it because that's what we do because we don't know the unknown. Okay, well, that's just life. Nobody knows the unknown. It's just the way that you approach it. Questions, ask questions. I mean, things that you want to ask that person about dating or anything like that. Have those questions for you so you know what to ask, and those questions that you have for you that you ask are what you want to hear or they set out good vibes, then you go from there. Us as black women, we kind of tend to talk ourselves out of some things because we don't know, kind of scared to step out of that comfort zone. And we need to go ahead and start doing that because we just been so wrapped up in what we do and what we know that it's just a little bit more easy for us. So this stepping out of, dating and, other races and stuff, it's kind of hard because we just been so focused on just what we've been told, what we've been saying. Everybody's to say, well, when you sit around a group of your friends or whatever, you guys are talking, well, and then we're talking about dating or anybody else, and then you hear, oh, well, I wouldn't date that person, I wouldn't date this guy, nope. And then we got that, and then you're like, okay, well, can I share this with my friends without being judged or whatever? So then we have all that, but we have to do for ourselves. We deserve to be loved. We deserve to be that person in anybody's life. So we deserve all that. So yeah, vet, as so we need to go ahead and do that. There's nothing wrong with that. Us as black women, we're beautiful. We're beautiful in every shades of color or whatever that we have out there. So we deserve that happiness. We do. And we have a lot to give. And we have a lot of love to give. And and I'm telling you right now, when we love 120,000% because we back up. If you're going to invest in us, we back you up 100. We back you up even more. We back you up even twice as that because we love hard and we're just there. This is how we are. So when you hear that chatter, don't feed into it. Just do what you do. But also be cautious. Okay. We want us to be careful. Just be cautious of whatever, who you're going out with, who you're going to be with. Just be cautious and just make sure that you know who you're going with. Go in the secure areas that you're going to be dating or going out, going to places with. So that's always a factor. We want you to be careful, but cautious.
Yeah. And that's a good point. And what she was saying about, I wouldn't do that. We've heard black women say this, right? And talking to the white men, you're going to hear this. I wouldn't date a white man. That's sick. That's whatever. It's only black men. You hear that, right? That's okay. That's, if that's what they want, they can have that. But not all black women think that way. They don't. I mean, but some do, and that's okay. Some might say that out of fear because they think a white man wouldn't even give them the time or day.
It's the unknown.
It's the unknown, and sometimes it's a defense mechanism. Some white guys say, well, yeah, I like to stick with my own culture or whatever. And I look at them and say, shut up. You're lying. It's just you're afraid of rejection over there.
Right.
That's what it is. And a lot of times, interracial relationships do not happen because of the fear, because of the unknown. They don't have the courage to get out of that comfort zone. And even sometimes when they have that relationship and it's going good, sometimes, like my wife said, sometimes women talk themselves out of it. Okay, this is great, but they feel weird, or they feel they're not being loyal to their community. You know, do not be loyal to your community, your family. Be loyal to yourself. Love yourself. It's about you. Make it about you, because the man you're with, that's your family. And if he's not doing what he's supposed to, it's going to be a hard life, and that family might not last, and you might get abused along the way, you know, but there are corrupt men in every group. So you got to be careful and cautious. And, you know, we'll break this down as we go forward, because I got a lot I want to tell you guys, a lot I want to say. I got like a homework assignment. I want you guys to work on this, okay? And it's not going to be a hard thing. It's going to be observing. We're going to get in the friendship circles.
First time giving that homework, huh?
Yeah, right. I was never good at homework, but I can give it out, right? But, you know, we've been married over 28 years, okay? And the way our marriage worked is I approached my wife. I thought she was beautiful, and I wanted to get to know her. Now, when I approached her, I think she was, you know, kind of surprised, and I was nervous. And I think you said, I asked you if you understood what I was saying, and you said, well, I could see it in your eyes. I could tell. And that's a good thing she could read my eyes, because, you know, but seriously. Yeah. But the reason I have my wife today is I approached her. The reason she's married to me today is because I approached her. Let me say this again. The reason I have my wife is because I approached her.
And I'm gonna say this, not to mean to cut you off,
but
yeah, I was, when he approached me, I was like, nah, this is no. I had that in the back of my head, so I'm gonna raise my hand to that, because I was like, because I had friends that were like, no, I wouldn't do that, no, and so I had that in the back of my head. So when he approached me, it was like, really, you know, should I? But in the end, as I, you know, I'm sitting here looking at his phone number, and I'm sitting here looking at it, I'm like, you know what I have to lose? Just go meet him, talk to him, ask questions, and go from there. So, and that's what I did, because, you know, it's, well, you know, you don't know until you ask, you don't know until you go talk to him, you know, and so, and when I met him, we met at a location that I knew about, location that I know, I was familiar with, and a lot of people were there. And so it was at a place where I was comfortable at, familiar with. And if anything happened, then my brother was like right down the street from where I had to live at. So he didn't know it at that time, but my brother was like the next block over. So, I mean, you know, so we don't know. I mean, you just got to step out.
And two, she was with her friends too, so she wasn't alone.
Yeah, they already knew who he was too, and they went,
yeah, they knew who I was. Yeah, that's kind of ironic. So, yeah,
and my friends already knew who he was already, so you know it wasn't. So, thank you for the compliment. Thank you, and it's Dove Glow. That's what I use. So, thank you for the compliment.
Dove Glow.
Yeah, I have the diamond lace. She had asked the question. So.
Oh, okay.
It's really good. I love it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. But the thing of it is getting out of that comfort zone and having a plan, being strategic. I was strategic because I saw her, and you're going to be nervous every time. I don't care if you've approached 1,000 women, you're still going, and especially when you want it to be successful, when you really care, when you want, you know, then you're going to be really nervous. Mm-hmm. And I think women catch on to that. men that are smooth talkers and just suave with their approach that come right in. You know, a lot of women have told me they don't really like that because how smooth is he with other women? You know,
that's a good, yeah, that's
yeah, and that makes sense. I mean,
that does make sense.
And being nervous and tremble a little bit shows that you feel something for her. You know, and sometimes women feed on that. They think it's kind of cute that you're 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 going out of your comfort zone. You're nervous, but you're still trying to talk to her, and that's what you have to do. You got to be willing to risk rejection.
Yeah,
that
because we all been through that, and we don't like rejection. I get it, but you know that's just the way that it goes because you know we just grow from that and we learn from that. So it's just that's just everyday life. But you know that's pretty much how things go. But we grow into that. We get thick skin and then we keep it moving.
Yeah, and but I just wanted to bring my wife on tonight. She's got an early day, and I talked her into
5 a.m.
Yeah. So I got to work too, but I go in a little bit later, so I get a little more rest.
Yeah, he gets to sleep in what? Yeah.
I'll be snoring while she's, doing her work. No.
That's fine.
Yeah, but
I'll be in and out though too as well.
Yeah, and this is to let the trolls know. Yes, I have a black wife. I've been married over 28 years. I know some people still still doubt it, I guess.
And not just coming on the weekends.
Yeah. Right.
No.
And I went to Rent a Kids, and I asked for biracial kids to make it look good.
Yeah,
ones that look like me and my wife.
Yeah, that works out too.
And then we ordered grandkids too, 2 granddaughters. So it gets a little pricey, but we're able to do it. No, it's funny because a lot of times people say, well, YouTube, not everybody's who they appear to be. And we know there's some people that do channels that say a certain thing but live a different way. We know that happens. But everything I talk about, that's my life. What you see is what you get. This is me. This is my wife. This is what you see in the backgrounds, our studio here. And I do my live stream. My wife does her work here. And, this is like, when my wife ain't working and I ain't on YouTube, it's like my special place. I got
it is
PlayStations and Xboxes, all that stuff, which I don't spend much time
because it's relaxing downtime.
Yeah. And, but, before I get started, I just want to bring my wife, and
it was nice talking to you guys. Nice seeing you. Thank you. Hope to see you guys soon. Enjoyed the class. Hope everything goes well and you guys get some good information and feedback. It's always good to kick things around and figure things out. So
yeah, and then we'll go through this. I'll try to make it as fun as possible. This is the first thing. I want to do PowerPoints and all this stuff. I got ideas. My wife Sandy's giving me ideas. Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
But
so I'm gonna step out. You guys have a good night. Be safe. Take care and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Okay. Thanks, babe. Love you too. Okay, guys. I put my avatar on because we're moving stuff around. But I'm still here, and how did it fit through? Okay, awesome. Can you give my cup I left in there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. Okay. Let me get back on camera here. Okay, I'm going to switch to headphones. Where did I put my headphones? I lost my headphones. Let me see. Okay. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Sandy, did you see my headphones? Okay, I'm gonna have to talk Okay. All right, I'm back. All right, sorry about that. I was looking for my headphones and stuff, so I misplaced them, so I'll get them later. I'll just be on just with my microphone here. But I got some things here, and you know, and I thank my wife Sandy for coming on. She's got to get up early, so I asked her to come on for a little bit, just to say a few words to you guys, and visit, because she does watch my YouTube shows, my lives, my videos, and my wife supports me on this, and a lot of ideas I have come from my wife, and she's helped me build this channel with her ideas and stuff. So it ain't just me doing this. I mean, I'm on here most of the time, but she comes on every now and then, and and that's awesome. I'm going to show you guys some before we get deep into this. I'm going to show you some TikTok videos, okay? And these two women are talking about Ralph Richard Banks, okay? He's the Stanford law professor you've heard before that encourages black women to consider dating and marrying white men. He's a black man married to a black woman, okay? But a lot of people are mad at him for doing this. He studied data. He's he's done a study on it. He's written a book about it. And he recently encouraged black women to consider marrying white men because of Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown, and both their husbands are white, right? Very successful black women that went up the ranks and stuff. And what they had in common was white, both married to white husbands, okay? And some people feel some kind of way about this. I think he's right. Black women should open up their options. They should consider every option because the numbers are stacked against black women. Even if black men were the perfect men and married 100%, there would still be black women left out. So just the numbers alone are a good reason for black women to explore their options. Okay. And it helps out the women that don't want to explore their options and stay where they're at. That's a win-win. I look at it, but let me put this first video and you tell me what you think, because I want to show you what people think about this, because not everybody's for interracial relationships, and especially when it's black women, white men. Most people have a problem with that dynamic, that combination, than any other interracial group out there. Okay, and these are just TikToks, but you'll kind of get a feeling where people are at. These are two black women, and I'll put this up here and tell me what you think.
In the 1960s, black men married more than everyone.
Okay, up till the 1960s, she said black men married more than anyone. Is that true? I know in the 1960s, marriage rates were higher in all categories. But were black men the most to get married? I don't know. I haven't looked at that stat. But anyway, let's play it again.
That up until the 1960s, black men married more than everyone. The minute marriage wasn't needed and they had better options, they stopped marrying black women. I know.
Okay. She says till the day they had better options and it wasn't needed. So she's saying black women weren't the best option? I think black women are the best option. I think maybe they had more options, not necessarily a better option. I don't know. But anyway, let's continue.
I know the B-males in her comments are mad. Whatever. But to the black women who are unsure, let me show you something. Let me introduce y'all to Ralph Richard Banks. He's a Stanford law professor who studies inequality in the law. For those of us who lean into respectability quite a bit, you can see his credentials below. This is a learned man. And y'all may remember Ralph from this article that he wrote that had B-males in a tizzy. He also wrote this book which discussed the declining rates of marriage among black Americans. If you're like me and you don't enjoy academic reading, this is still an easy read. It provides me with statistical data that backs up my feelings when I'm being gaslit about my experience. While I personally prefer to hear marriage and dating advice from a Black woman, I know we live in a patriarchal society, and some of y'all need to hear it from a man. Go get the book.
Okay. All right. So that book is Marriage for White People. It's by Ralph Richard Banks. So if you haven't seen the book, you can order it. You can. I haven't read it yet. I would like to. Eventually, I'll go get the book and read it. But Richard Ralph Banks, Stanford Law professor. Most of you have heard from him. I'm sorry, I'm putting my headphones on so the TV in the back room won't mess with the sound. So bear with me. Okay, can everybody hear me okay with my headphones? All right. If you can hear me okay, give me a 1. If you can't, give me a 2. All right. Okay. All right. I think everybody can hear me. You hear me? Sandy, what changed your mind? Oh, okay. Good. I think Sandy changed her mind because she seen that I really cared for her, that I was genuine, sincere, and you heard what she said. She was like, like at first, and that's a lot of Black women's reaction because with the stereotypes and how people have said white men are. I mean, you can't blame them. I ain't mad at that. She's been told this her whole life, so you know. But we got to break those stereotypes. Okay, in the video I shown, okay, the first lady said 1960s Black men married the most. Is that true? I'd like to see the data. I know more people were married back in the day. I mean, marriage rates have dropped across the board. And in fact, it's horrible. And right now, the Black community is the worst when it comes to marriage. Statistically, it is. Not saying other groups are doing great. I mean, it just is what it is. But people are triggered on Ralph Richard Banks, what he said about Black women opening up their options. A lot of people think it's wrong for him to say that. Okay, but what do you think? Is he right? Or should he keep his mouth shut and not bring that up? Should people just be race loyal when it comes to marriage? No. I got this other video on my show, and then I'm going to get in the classroom work. Okay? And you'll have a different reaction from this lady.
Let me start out front by saying this. I don't care who you marry. Love is love. Life is short. Be with somebody who's going to make those short days sweet. That being said, what a wild headline. Even wilder is the actual article by a Stanford professor, director of the Stanford Center for Racial Justice, who, before you ask, yeah, he's Black too. Only did he play on some of the worst stereotypes of Black men, also played on the superwoman trope of Black women. Not only that, this is the part, he took the historic achievements of Vice President Harris, Judge Brown Jackson, and literally equated them with being married to white men. Just
okay, but they are married to white men. Okay. She finds this a problem. Okay. I think she's a bit triggered. I think she's a big fan of Black love, and that's great, but the truth is out there. Stats do not lie. Okay. And he's seeing successful Black women with white men.
Just in case you thought I was joking, there's the line. To be fair, I can't believe that the New York Post would even allow this story to run. Like, I know it's hard out here for print, but my God.
First of all, it's called freedom of speech. That's a right we have in America. So I can believe why they would print it. And in fact, I agree with that article. I think Black women should open up their options. He is right. Hey, look, the truth hurts us all, okay? And that's because as people, we're flawed, okay? And sometimes when we're not doing what we're supposed to, the the sword of truth is going to cut us. It is what it is. And you know, I think some people think this type of stuff should be silenced. We shouldn't talk about statistics when it comes to interracial dating. And that we shouldn't, talk about other groups of people and their success when it comes to that. But we got to tell the truth. I mean, but people can believe what they want. I mean, and that's not to say you can't find a good man in any group. You can, or a good woman. But, numbers don't lie. And if you're investing, and marriage is the biggest investment you'll ever make, wouldn't it be wise to look at some numbers and look at a little bit of data? I mean, you're going to make your final decision when you meet that person, judging from their character. And you got to have standards, ladies, seriously. Not just with white men, okay? A black man can fetishize you too, okay? Racism. Can a black man be racist to a black woman? Sure. Can he degrade you because of your skin tone? That's happened, right? Can he be aggressive towards you like a white man can? Sure. So have the same standards across the board. Whoever you date, whoever you get in a relationship with, don't drop it for any man. Just because one group of men understands your struggle, that don't mean they care about your struggle. And what I mean is there's a lot of women, single mothers, that men are living in their Section 8 housing, living off the resources the woman gets from the government for her and her children. That happens all the time. And he knows what struggle she goes through, but he don't care. He's going to live off that, okay? And there's a lot of men that do that. So keep that in mind. Just because a man understands your struggle doesn't mean he cares about your struggle. The man that might not even know it might be, really care about it. Just saying, So this thing, and I hear black women say that, well, black men understand what I go through. Well, yeah, but does he care? It takes more than just understanding. I mean, we see people, in our everyday lives that get hurt or bad things happen. And some people understand what happened to them, but they don't care. Or some might even be happy that. But anyway, let me go ahead and bring this down. But that's an example where what people think about interracial relationships, or putting a positive on one group and a negative on another. But doesn't it warrant, the positive or the negative it gets? I've heard people say, well, they glorify relationships with black women and white men. They make them look cute and beautiful and all this. Well, actually, that's the relationship that's doing the best. I know it looks, you see it on YouTube, you see the interracial couples doing their thing and talking about their life story, and it's great and it's fun to watch, and they look cute together, and it looks awesome. Okay. And that's not their everyday life, of course. They have problems like any other people, but statistically, they're doing the best. And that's something you got to look at. But anyway, now we're going to talk about, I'm going to put the link down. You could come up if you want. Let me remove this stuff, but I'm going to let you come up, but I'm going to talk about this. And guys, if you come up, I want to stay on this subject. I want to get info out to where, we talk about interracial dating to marriage, where we talk about swirl to investment. I want to focus on that. I want, to be a little bit disciplined on this. I know we drift a lot on shows, and that's great. I don't mind it. But here I want to get this stuff out. I want to actually help people with this subject, with this situation, because a lot of times there are so many people that want to interracially date but don't, because they can't get out of that comfort zone. But let me put the link, and I'll keep talking while the link's there. Okay. And I'll put it right there, and I'll even highlight it. Okay. First thing I want to cover. Okay. And guys, I want you to do this. Ladies or men, who's ever here watching that wants to know how to do this, that wants, ideas going about meeting people of a different racial group, getting to know them. Okay. And think about it. If you want something, you got to plan it out. And you can get there if you have a plan. Even if you don't know what you're doing, if you have some sort of plan, it could actually lead you to where you want to be. Okay. And like I said, I'm not a dating guru. I'm not a professional matchmaker or none of that stuff. I'm just an everyday guy. But, I was successful doing it, and you can be too. Okay. First thing is, okay, you need to write down what you want, what group of men you want to be with. Okay. And I know this might sound silly, but do it. Write down the men you want to be with. Okay. If it's white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever your preference is, whatever you, or if it don't matter, maybe you just want to be with a non-black guy, that's fine. Write down what you want in the man. What do you want? Okay, you can even write how you want them to look. You can say blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, whatever. Okay, this is you. Now, I would just suggest don't go into that and make that a deal breaker. Just write down what you like, what you're attracted to. Okay, what do you want? Okay, and you say a white guy. Okay, there's so many different white guys. Okay, do you want a white guy that's professional? Do you want a white guy that's traditional, a man of faith? You want a businessman type white guy? You want a white guy that's down with the black culture and lives up to those stereotypes and, sags his pants and has a little slang and swag in his step? Do you want that guy? Or do you want the blue collar white guy that works hard, that just, good with his hands? He might have a blue collar job, but he's good at working on cars. He's good at, he's hardworking. He might not have a lot of money, but, he takes care of business. What kind of guy do you want? Okay, a lot of us would say, a successful corporate type guy. Okay, and that's good. But, you got to think about what environment are you in, and how you present yourself will attract a certain type of guy, right? So that's critical. You got to think, what do you want? And then you got to think, you got to create a plan. How are you going to be around these men or women? How are you going to get there? Where are they at? Where's the location? Okay, I've heard people say, well, in my city, they don't really approach us like that, or, and I've heard some people say, well, where I live, it just happens. Interracial dating is not a problem. Some places they say it is a problem. I would say go to a diverse community where there are black people and white people. The place where me and my wife met, there were black and white people and Hispanics. It was a diverse group. It wasn't just white people or just black people, So you have more success in that. Okay. And then events. You can meet people at events. Sporting events, shooting range, the gym. We covered all kinds of things, right? Put this on your piece of paper. Where are you going to go? And then another thing, do not go alone. Be safe. Okay? Number one. When I met my wife, she was with her friends. She was in a safe environment. So if I was some weirdo, she would have been protected. Okay. And if you go to clubs or nightclubs or any of that stuff, don't leave your drink laying around. You've heard horror stories, right? There are predators out there. There are predator white guys that see black women that want to be with white men. So be aware of that, okay? There are predators in every group, ladies. So make out a plan and then go to a location with your friends, a safe place, okay? And make sure you're noticed. You got to be noticed. You ladies say you don't do the approaching, and you shouldn't. But you got to catch his eye. You know, you might have to give him the eye, look at him, or just say hi. You might have to do a little bit of that. I'm not saying say, hey, you know, don't hit on him, but let him know you're there. I want you to do this and write this down and find a place where these men are, a diverse community, and make a plan to go there and see what happens. Okay? But if you sit at home and say, where are the white men at? Where are they at? Well, they're probably saying, where are you at? And they're probably, yeah. But anyway, and if you're a man, you better approach. If you don't approach, that's your fault. There's no excuses for men. Women, it's a little more to it. But guys, it's simple for us. You just, as long as you get up the courage and just do it. Look, it ain't going to last long. You're either going to be accepted or rejected, and then it's done. But when you get it accepted, it feels so good, you know. Anyway, ladies, welcome to the panel. It's good to see you, pro-white leadership in Savannah.
What's going on?
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing good.
All right, good to see you. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. Excited to talk to you all.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to have you on. We're just talking about you know, I'm starting this new show where we're talking about swirl to investment. That's interracial dating to marriage. And how to go about it, how to be strategic. And you know, I've put out a plan, and I would ask the ladies to do this. I know it might sound okay, what I got to write this down, but it gets you thinking. What kind of man do you want? If you want a professional guy that wears a suit to work every day, you know, are you going? What kind of clothes are you going to wear when you are around that guy? Are you going to be around that area where he's at? How would you, if he did approach you, how would you conduct yourself? And this goes for men too. I mean, how I conduct myself is who I'm going to attract, both men and women, right? So I'm just trying to give people food for thought when it comes to this. But they're out there. You can be in an interracial relationship. It's not that hard. We make it harder than what it is. You know. But anyway, I'll let you ladies talk. I'm getting long-winded. But
I will just say that I agree, and I think it's important to start any process with prayer and just with the right orientation towards God. You know, just making sure your heart is right and that you're receptive to however He leads or guides and directs you. Marriage is so serious, and it's so gosh, it can be like life transforming, not just for yourself, but for generations after you. So it's a huge decision. And I think as a Christian, like, it's definitely starting with God, you know, letting Him pick for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And God created us all, right? The heaven and earth and all of us. And if anybody's going to help us, it's God. We need to cling to God, yes. And that's a good point. Pray about it. That's the first thing you should do, and then have a plan. You know, there, God a lot of times helps us, but we got to put in the work. We can't just sit on our couch and boom, everything happens perfectly for us. Um, Sometimes you do a little bit of work, God will bless you. Sometimes you got to work hard and go that extra mile. But, you know, have a plan, faith, pray, and be aware. Be aware of your surroundings. Have a plan on what you want, ladies. I mean, we all think we know what we want, but when we really figure it out is when we write it down and brainstorm. What do you want in this guy? Now, he's not going to be perfect. You know, you can't say, well, I want him to look like Brad Pitt in his prime and have a body like Arnold when, and he's got to be, making 7 figures a year. And, uh, I mean, you got to put it, not saying you can't get that, but, you got to put in a plan. If that's what you want, nothing is impossible. Nothing. But nothing's for sure either. So you got to have a plan and you got to execute. And that's the thing. But yeah, Savannah, that was a good point. And that's where, and marriage is the most important thing. It will affect your life. You choose wrong, it could be bad. You choose right, it could be good. And that's, it needs to be taken serious. And writing some things down, that's taking it serious, because you got to be. This is your life. This is going to affect you in a good way or a bad way. And but anyway, pro leadership, how are you doing, young lady?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm a little distracted, but I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm doing good. How's everything?
Everything's good. I was just trying to come up with a plan here, and we're talking.
We already know what I want, so I don't think I have to really say it.
Yeah, we know. But it takes a plan to get there.
Yeah, it does. Well, morals and values is important to me. Mm-hmm. Compatibility is important to me. So, but compatibility would be at the forefront for me. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, you got to get along. You got to, it always works to have this, the same interests, not all the same, but, have stuff in common that you like to do together. That makes it pleasant. With my wife, it's crazy. We almost think alike, and maybe because we've been together for so many years. But we had when we got married, or even when we first started dating, we had a lot of the same interest. So it was, I mean, the dates were fun because we had fun. It was something we enjoyed together, and we're, and we wanted the same things in life. We wanted marriage, a family. It took me 2 months to propose to my wife from the day I met her. And people said, that's kind of fast. You're growing too fast. They'd always give me that spew, that criticism. But you know what? I knew what I wanted. She knew what she wanted. And hey, we're in love, so let's do this. I mean, that was the attitude. My father said, you know what, son? Not everybody's going to understand your special relationship with your wife. He said, you got my blessing, but you better stand with her. And you know what? It's going to be tough. And I said, too easy. And it wasn't that I was cocky or arrogant or thought, I could handle anything. No, what I knew is I love my wife and I'm going to be with her no matter what. And I had faith in that, and we both, we were Christian. We were both Christian. So that worked out. So that there wasn't no trouble there. So it's like it made sense to just get married, and we did. And when you're compatible and when you have a lot of the same interest and the same faith, well, heck, it works out. And you got to get to know this. And if you're a man or woman of faith, and that's what you want in your husband or wife, well, you got to look for that, right? Don't just go on attraction and just having fun hanging out. Oh, well, I like this person. We have fun together. It needs to go deeper than that. Is he going to be a good husband and father? Is she going to be a good wife and mother? Um, there's a lot of stuff you got to look at. And
I would just add to that, just to piggyback on that. I was married. I am divorced now, but I was married to someone who made a lot of money, a one percenter, and
oh wow,
I did factor that in. And you're absolutely right. Just because someone might have the external trappings of what women traditionally look for, like good looks or a lot of money, that does not translate into being a good husband and a good person. Like we have to be very strategic and very disciplined about what it is that we're looking for, and like making sure that it lines up with what God wants for us, because you can be in a very scary situation if you just kind of cling to what you think you need or you want.
yeah. That's a oh, she dropped off. What? Hey Savannah, you could come back on. I don't know what happened. I'll put the link back up there. Just hit the link again. She was making good points too. I hate to see her drop off. But yeah, she made good points. And just because there's money there and luxuries does not mean it's going to be a good marriage. It don't mean that's the right person. That is so true. Hey Savannah,
Hey, I'm back.
sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think I pressed the wrong button. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's just
Yeah.
I was just confirming if I've been on. I've had a heck of a life, and I've seen some things, experienced some things, and I'm not that old, but I can say that God's way is the best way. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And I like your point, right? He had money, successful. But that don't there's got to be more to it than that. I always say, the love has to be in all categories. It's not just the physical, but it's the physical, emotional, spiritual. You got to have all that, you know. And resources is good. He should, you should put that in there. You want that too, right? He can be a guy you love to death, but if he can't provide for you, how are you going to take care of you and the kids? I mean, but don't get just hung up on that either, because sometimes people with money believe they're privileged. They don't value relationships. Sometimes, I'm not saying all, there are rich people that are good men. But sometimes people that have money they do have privilege because of their income. And sometimes they think that they have privilege within relationships too. And, you got to be aware of that also. But that was that was good point. And yeah, do it God's way, because a lot of us as people, we look at and say, well, she's attractive, he's attractive, and we have fun together. Let's go. Well, you didn't find out whether they're would be a good husband or wife, or a good mother or father, or a lot of the important stuff you kind of bypass when you get hung up on the physical,
Right. Yeah.
or the resources part. because a lot of people look at that, and you should, but you should look at everything.
At
Uh,
everything, yeah. And it's lessons that, I had to learn, and lessons that I'm happy that I did learn.
mhm.
You always hear that, like, money doesn't buy happiness and whatnot, and there's truth to that. Like, there's some very miserable, wealthy people,
Yeah,
walking
there.
around. So you can't just look at the outside. Um, but yeah, it's just lessons. Life is full of lessons. And but I just wanted to add that just to confirm what you were saying.
Yeah, and yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Um, and that's what she's sharing with us is that's knowledge because there might be some young ladies that are in their early 20s listening and say, "Well, this guy makes money and he's good looking." What I mean, and when we're young, we don't look at everything. When we get older, we do. Yeah, and that's experience. You can learn with experience, or observe and what's around you and learn that way. Learn from other people's mistakes, so you don't make those mistakes. You know. But anyway, hey, Mercedes, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, Brent. Good evening, ladies. And so I'm glad to help you out with the academy, Brent.
Oh
And
yeah.
because I'm what I call the old married lady, and I met my husband actually well into my 30s, but he was definitely worth the wait. My perspective's a little bit different, only because I was focused on some other things before I decided that I even wanted to be married.
Uh-huh.
And so essentially, I woke up at 35 or 36 and decided, yeah, I think I'd like to get married. But my motivation was really because it was not so much of a um, a financial support type thing, but is the companionship and emotional support. And so because fortunately I have an occupation that allows me to have a lot of nice stuff. And I grew up in a household that where we had a lot of nice stuff. And so when I met my husband online, the goal was that it was a particular lifestyle, and so what my expectations were: Catholic, college educated, and the age and all didn't matter. Although
Mhm.
my husband is 18 years older than I am,
Oh
um,
wow.
but but ironically, we lived within 300 miles of each other for my entire life. So wherever he lived, that's where about where my dad was stationed in the Marine Corps. Where I went to school, he was kind of in the vicinity, and so despite going to um, you know, um, you know, um, the suburban high school, and
Mhm.
then a Catholic university. They're the premier Catholic university in the United States, and then medical school, and then I was an Air Force doctor. It just what wasn't meant to be. As far as strategy with finding a suitable spouse, I went down all the roads of being in the right place at the right time. But ultimately, when I met my husband, it was worthwhile because I didn't have to worry about school and trying to get things, I guess, organized and settled. And so it was time for me to enjoy living versus this kind of grunt work, getting life started, and
Mhm.
it's worked out well. I've actually enjoyed being married.
Yeah.
That was going to be a lot more difficult and stressful but no, I've been pleasantly surprised, and so I like being married.
Yeah. You know what? I feel the same way. Like I told my dad, I said too easy, and he like what? And you know it's funny because he recently told me, he says, "Remember you told me that?" Because my dad remembers everything. I said,
Yeah.
"Yeah." He says he looked at me and my wife. He says, "I understand." He says, "You weren't hard headed. You just had faith in the relationship, in the marriage, and that's what it was." And the married life is great. I mean, I thought it would be harder too myself, and I thought it would be a lot harder having a black wife, not us together, but in society and stuff. And I found out that it's not that bad at all in today's world. We have, had a few racist situations, but other than that, a few racist situations. Oh, we had a few of those situations that you don't want to have. And
Yes.
within over 28 years of marriage, you're probably going to run into that. But for the most part, marriage life's been awesome. I mean,
Hmm.
we've had our issues in the past, but it's little petty things like, you know, I don't know. My wife would drive me crazy because the toothpaste, right? She would roll it up to get every little bit out, and I was like, "What?" And the crazy thing is my dad was the same way. You know, would get every little bit out, like my wife does that, and they're both like, real neat freaks, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not bad. That's a good thing. But we would get in the I wouldn't say fights about it, but we'd irritate each other because, like, okay, here we go. Um, but we love each other. That stuff happened. That was about the worst we really went through. I mean,
Hmm.
you're going to
That's
have
the way it's supposed
arguments.
to
Yeah, you're going to have arguments because when you're together all the time, you're going to irritate each other. No matter how much you love each other, something's going to irritate
be.
you about that person, and vice versa. But I always tell people, make your love bigger than your problems, and you'll make it through. And that's what it
One
is.
observation I made, and you kind of said, you kind of spoke to it, saying that you expected life to be hard
Uh huh.
with your wife. I will say, in my marriage, because we did live in a very um, nice area, and I didn't come from that at all, but I did have
Oh.
an expectation that I was going to get a lot of looks, people were going to be mean to me, it was just going to be really awkward, but
Hmm.
I did not experience any of that, like, at
Yeah.
all. um, and so there is that perception, I think there's that fear probably on both sides that, oh my gosh,
Hmm.
society's just going to judge us and it's just going to be so hard. But actually, it wasn't bad at all. Like, externally, like, there's very little of that. I don't know what it would be like in the in the hood, but um, in the area we were living, it was nothing like that. People were
Yeah.
really warm and embraced us and kind of minded their own business for the most part.
Yeah. And that's the experience. Me and my wife had. You know, of course, we had a couple troubling situations, but for the most part, nobody bothered us. And when we first got married, it was like, we didn't care, but when somebody stares at you, it's like, okay, and you start thinking, you notice when people look at you, and you'd be like in a restaurant, they just stare at you, and you don't know what they're thinking, but you start thinking, okay, you don't like because we're an interracial couple, or you have a problem with that. That's what goes through your mind. I had this one situation. There was this elderly couple that kept staring at me and my wife, and I thought, okay, here we go. And they kept looking at us like, and then the guy got up and started walking towards us. I'm like, oh, here we go. And my wife looked at me, and I'm like, what is this man going to say to me? Because I was in defensive mode, like.
Hmm.
and he says, me and my wife, we're just watching you, and we could tell you love each other, and that's awesome. And this is when we first got married. He was saying, kids like you these days, I don't see them loving each other like this, but I see that in you two, and it's a beautiful thing. And I was like, okay, thank you. And then his wife waved, and I was like, that was a neat experience. It was nothing. It was nothing I expected.
Right.
But
we experienced that a couple of times as well. It's like you can't really read people's faces.
Yeah.
Like you don't know what they're thinking. They could be analyzing you in admiration, not
Yeah.
necessarily thinking ill of you. That's so true.
Yeah, and I think it was because I hug my wife all the time. I just do. It's a habit I always have. I'll put my hand on her back. I'll hug her. That's just me. It's not that I say I'm going to do that. I just do it. So maybe that's what they were seeing, and but yeah, but and all the blessings I've had, I wouldn't have got there if I wouldn't have had the courage. And what breaks my heart on so many of these situations, people tell me they would get in an interracial relationship. They really want to, but they just don't, step out of that comfort zone and just get to know people. They don't do it. It's like they're stuck. And
sorry, I just wanted to affirm what you're saying. The idea of a plan is very, very necessary. It's very practical as well. Like I have a mentor. She's a radiologist. She's extremely efficient with her time, and she's just lived a life. She's lived like 3 lifetimes in like the short amount of time that she's lived, and she lives her life by planning. Like it's just so huge, and I think she's been able to accomplish as much as she has because she just plans so well. But when it comes to like our personal lives, we tend not to do that. So I think you're really onto something right there.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, a plan is a way to reach a goal, right? And we don't with our personal lives. We go and we'll go to a place and want to date somebody, and and if we don't think about what we want. We just go strictly a lot of times on attraction or personality, and we don't think about all the other important things. And writing it down, it gets you thinking, okay, you want this person to look this way, okay, you want them to be attractive. We all want someone attractive, that's understandable. But what personality do we want? Do we want someone that's athletical, that likes to get out, do outdoor things? Do we want somebody that's traditional, spiritual, that goes to church a lot and has faith in God? And do we want someone that's in the sports? Do we do we want to be with somebody that wants children? You might get with a guy that don't want no kids at all, and you might want to have kids. And writing all this down, because really it's complex. To find that right person, there's a lot of variables in there. And writing it down, that's what people do. That's what doctors do. You go in for a physical, right? And they might look at your lab work and say, okay, this area looks good here. Okay, your blood pressure's good, but your cholesterol's high. What are you eating? Okay, well, I go to McDonald's and Taco Bell a lot. Well, yeah, you probably need to stop that. Why don't you try eating these foods? Just as an example, right? But they give you a plan. They'll even give you, I've been to doctors, they even give you like handouts. Like I fractured my foot, and after it healed, the therapy exercises to do, and and they give you a little plan. And that's to help you do better. You know, if your cholesterol's high, they'll give you a diet plan, right? If your weight's a little too much, they'll give you, and mine is, and my doctor says, okay, look, get away from fried foods. Don't drink sodas. Um, red meat, eat that maybe once a week. More vegetables, more fruits, more natural type foods. That's a plan. And I've had to alter my life because, age, getting old, and, gain a little weight. You got to watch that when you get my age. You get in your 50s, your body ain't like it was when you were 20. And you got to take care of it. It's like a car that, after a little wear and tear, you got to do a little bit more maintenance. You got to do a little bit more care. But that's a plan. And, a relationship's the most important thing. Marriage is the most important thing in a relationship. That's going to affect you, your wife, your children, your grandkids, great grandkids, generation. I mean, you could possibly give your family a curse or a blessing. That's how important it is. And I know not everybody listening is a Christian and sees it that way, but really, you got to think about it that way because your actions affect your kids and generations. They do. Of course, there's always an exception to the rule. You can be a great parent, great husband and wife, and your kids might not turn out, they might choose the wrong path. It happens. But usually, most of the times, they'll turn out to be okay. And then on the flip side, if you're not doing right, they're probably not going to do right either. But there might be an exception where one does all right. I'm just saying. But the plan, and ladies, I want you to do homework. If you're interested in dating interracially, write down what you want in a man. Okay? I want you to write down what you want them to look like. I want you to write down what you want them to be into. I want you to write down if you want them to be the loving type, the touchy-feely type that wants to hug you a lot, wants to embrace you. If that's what you want, write it down. What do you want in this guy? Do you want him to be a family man? Do you want him to want kids because you want kids or not? Write that down. You need to know what you want. Then once you get what you want, you need to make a plan. How do you get what you want? There's many ways. Friendship circles is the best way. And if you're on an interracially date, being in a diverse community, people of different groups, it's easier to interracially date that way. Because if you go as a white man in a black community where they know nothing about you, you might have some problems. Not saying you won't, you will, but you could. Because they don't know about you, and vice versa. I'm just saying. I've been in relationships where black women didn't know too much about white men, and there was confusion. And sometimes you say something, they might take it the wrong way. And you might, you got to just think about that. And look at the Lovings. How did they meet? If you study their history, they grew up in the same place, same community. They grew up together, they fell in love, and it worked. But I'm just saying, the environment you're in, where you go, how you present yourself is the ones you're going to attract.
Yeah, that does make a big difference. A lot of couples meet in school, or they meet in a work environment, or on some type of shared interest. And so I always recommend ladies consider what they do in their free time. So whether it's golf or tennis, there are a lot of men who play golf, probably more than tennis, unless you're in Florida or on the coast, and or have certain interests that would be interesting to men. There are folks who are the gym rats or the gearheads, who like the cars and engines, the motorcycle crowd, and a lot of ladies are do not realize that their interest in style of music or what they consider entertainment is important with selecting a spouse. It's worth not just limiting oneself to to just a narrow view of the world, and so you even travel, whether that's semester abroad. A lot of countries want teachers for to teach English as a second language, or now that they've got the folks who do the vlogging, and so they travel to different places and they make a living with Instagram and YouTube, and they live in Dubai for 6 months, and then they live somewhere else for 6 months, and they're in the Amazon for another 3 months, and that makes people interesting. And so it's and that also will help identify wants and wants and versus needs when it comes to a relationship. I'm a nerd or a book person. My husband's an academic, and so when we have downtime, we're pretty much at home, and that's okay for us. Then there's some couples who have to be out and about, and they know all the restaurants or all the the hiking spots, and that's part of developing kind of a broad range of experiences to find a spouse.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, you want to have someone that has stuff in common, stuff you like to do, because if like you're saying, you're academic and your husband, you guys sitting at home, maybe reading a book or having peaceful time together, is people enjoy that, and that's a good thing too. I but some people do have to get out, and it's just the personality and what you like to do, and that could be a conflict. If you're a guy that wants to go out and hike and fish, and your wife just wants to sit home, read a good book in front of the fireplace, and she wants you to hold her hand, but you're always busy. That can be, that's something you want to look at. And it's good to have the same interest, because let's say he's in the football and you can't stand it. And
that's a lot of couples.
Yeah, that is. My wife's a football fan, so I never had that trouble. We're Cowboy fans, but I'm just saying, like, he might want to go outdoor stuff. You might be like, nah, but and some couples are like that. They'll sacrifice for the other one to make them happy. I think the one thing I run into that my wife likes, not really into, is shopping. I mean,
Amazon has everything.
Yeah. No, she likes to go to the store, and she likes to go look around, and my daughters are like that too. When they come visit, oh my God, my wife and daughters, they go shopping. Me and my son are like, we'll go over here. We'll stay home. We don't want to go looking around. Our shopping, our shopping is we know what we want, we walk in, buy it, and leave. But yeah,
Yeah.
you know, but other than that, we have almost the same interest. Yeah,
Mhm.
that Dallas Cowboys, Dallas Mavericks, Dallas Stars, and FC
Mm.
Dallas too, the soccer team. Uh,
All just
oh,
got soccer team now. That's great.
and the Texas Rangers. You forgot Texas Rangers.
All the baseball team.
Yeah. Um, me and my wife like to go to sporting events too. Um, you know, but
You
yeah,
wear your
ha-
hockey jerseys.
yeah. I'm not wearing one today. Maybe I should start wearing them again. That was a thing I started. I figured I'd just do something different to kind of catch people's eyes, a different hockey jersey each time. And yeah. But I
You'll wear
kind
them
of
during hockey season.
huh?
You'll wear your jerseys during hockey season. It's coming up soon.
Yeah. Nah, I'm just changing it up. I mean, I'll wear one every now and then. Um, I don't know. For my prayer meeting, I always wear a suit. Sometimes I'll wear a suit here. Sometimes just a polo. Um, maybe a jersey, or maybe
It's
I
your
should.
channel. You wear what you want. It's your channel.
Well, yeah, but I do want to wear something that looks neat and presentable. Um, like a nice shirt or you know. But yeah. Um, but you know, to dating to marriage, swirl to investment. Um, I came up with that term because everybody knows what swirling is. Um, and it's a thing. Some people, interracial dating's been going on for a while. So, some people do it for different reasons. Some people, it's, I don't know, like a fad. Some people do it because that's who they're attracted to. And I promote it in a traditional sense. If you're a white guy that loves black women, that's great. But do it the right way. If you're not attracted enough to marry her, you shouldn't be dating her. Or any woman in that matter. I think. I don't believe in dating for years and years and years. I think, marriage, should be, everything. It should, that's what we should do. That's biblically what the Bible tells us, and you know, but that's how I was raised too. So of course, but I see the blessings I have that men that are single don't. They might be having fun with different women and stuff and doing that thing, but really at the end of the day, what do they have? Do those people you're with really love you, or do they desire you for that moment? Do they want to build a life with you or just have a good time for right now? Um, and two, we we get older as the years go by. We don't get younger, and we darn sure don't get better looking. I mean, I mean that's life, right?
Mm, that is
And
true. Yes.
and that's how it's meant to be. You get married, you grow old. You're young, you get married, you grow old together, you have children, and that's how I think God's purpose is for us in life. And I wish our country was more in a marriage mindset, more into marriage, more into the traditions, you know, more of the traditional family, the nuclear family. I wish more people were into that. I think we'd be better off as a nation. Our neighborhoods would be better. And, I tell people, I think opening up your options and interracial dating, I think that in marriage will help us because there's traditional people different groups, right? And if you're okay with your wife or husband looking different than you, why not? You can still love them. I mean, I don't know. Some people tell me it's wrong. You stay with your own kind. And I'm like, yeah, what's my own kind? My own kind is people I love that love me. That's my own kind. So I am with my own kind. They might not look like me. Some of the people I'm around look like me, some don't. You know? But, you know, but I found a lot of awesome qualities in black women. I found character in black women, and it blows my mind that a lot of black men out there don't see how valuable black women are. And is it that I have been around the right ones and they're around the wrong ones? Or is it they're after something different than I'm after?
I do have a question
Yeah.
regarding that. So I am young,
Uh, uh-huh.
and I've been asking myself kind of that question that you posed
hmm
for a few years now, and I don't know what the source of it is, because long before I was born, in the 60s, the 70s, there's been documented history of black men like pimping black women out. Like there was a huge segment of like the black community that was like engaging in that. And it's just kind of blows my mind that, there's actually been books and studies on it. And it's almost seemed like an aberrant part of like society was
Mm.
these black guys who would do that to their own black women, So it's almost like there's been this exploitive relationship for a long time. And I think it's just now being exposed because of social media, and black women are kind of waking up to it. But it's been kind of the undercurrent for a while now. And it's just kind of shocking to kind of put that together, that this has been who they've been for a long time.
Oh wow. I I I mean I haven't studied that. I might look into that, but I look around and I see that black women aren't being treated right. And I just it seems like they're being put down, um, are being blamed. Uh and I don't see it in black women. I don't. I mean, there's some black women that do wrong things like any other group, but it's the stuff that I've seen, you know, I'm just like, some of these guys talk about black women like they're garbage, and I'm like, wow. I never understood the colorism thing. I know racism, back in the day they believed white people were superior. I get that. I understand. I've seen when I see black men talking about black women and their skin tone and have the same skin tone, that to me, I never understood that. Um, I don't know. But I see guys going in on black women about being single mothers and just putting them down, and um, and I'm just like, and they'll even come on my channel say, "You say black women are so great. Well, they have a higher divorce rate than marriage, and the most single mothers." And they'll tell me all this stuff, and I'll turn around and say, "Yeah, but you're the reason for that. It's your fault." But somehow, I don't know. Maybe it's an image thing, but to me, the men are the leaders in the community, and if the community's messed up, it's the men's fault. And you know, I don't know. It just blows my mind. But I'd say if, and that's not all that think that way, but I would just say, if tell women, if guys treat you like that, go to men that won't treat you like that. You know, and if they won't date you because you're a single mother, go to a man that will. And I've said this, on the show last night. I said, white men are more out to marry a woman that has children than black men, statistically. You know, and if look at stuff like that. And if you're a single mother that has a child, that don't make you a bad person. Make the guy, he might you these women probably thought they had a relationship or a marriage that was going to happen and he left. I mean things like that happen. And a lot of these women that are single mothers would be great wives and mothers. I mean, but in a Christian point of view, you would, you know, forgive and move on because we've all done wrong. So how can we judge? I mean, how many people honestly watching tonight that aren't a single mother or, had children out of wedlock that could have ended up that way? So how can you cast a stone when you're corrupt? It's like, and I'm not trying to preach a sermon here, but if you go into the Bible and the woman that committed adultery, they're about to stone her, right? The crowd was mad. They're about to send her to meet her maker right then. And Jesus said, who is without sin, cast the first stone. Nobody could cast that stone. So can we? I mean, and my thing is how many single mothers out there want a husband, want a loving family situation, and we're going to disregard them? I don't know. And we're going and I've seen these guys put men down that marry women that have a child. And I'm like, what the heck? It's a good thing a man does that because now a child has a father. It might not be his biological father or her biological father, you
The
know?
Bible says children are a blessing. So
They
whatever the
they
world
are.
says, it's the opposite of what God says. And so I'm gonna cleave to that.
Yeah.
Children are a blessing.
Okay, we got all right, why should black women settle for nothing? All right, welcome to the show. Black women settle for nothing.
Hi, everybody on the panel.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm, I'm doing good. This is my first time ever joining a panel, and I'm
Oh,
glad.
okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm getting feedback. Let me just put my TV down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so glad that some of us out here are open up to dating out because it's very unfortunate that there's a lot of uh pick me mammies and dust worshiper out here that's just putting a very bad image of us out here. And also would run into answer your question because you say you don't understand why the colorists, because these dust motherfuckers,
Okay.
excuse my
Please
language,
don't cuss.
um or colorists, it's because black women wombs, I'm sorry. It's because black women wombs are cursed, and I hope these Negroes' mother are suicidal because they sound like they eat shit for
Oh,
breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper. That's why I don't listen to them. The only time I listen to them is after I take 3 Dicalex, and 6 hours later I go in the bathroom here and hear them talking. They are dumb and stupid as God knows what. And I wish these female could stop shedding these overgrown, incompetent toddler out here because they are so problematic. And it seems like, I don't know, I'm the only one that noticed it and seen it.
A lot of
And
people are afraid of
it's
change.
very sad to see,
yeah.
these people,
Hey,
these
you
people that share the same skin color as us is putting us down the way they are putting us down, and then their useless mother who willingly use their womb against themselves because clearly they're burning their enemies, and then they're using their wombs to destroy us black women and the society, and these female refuse to understand that whatever it is that's coming out of their wombs are not qualified or quality human being. These things are not even human. They're out here killing everybody and everything. And then I don't understand why these memes are just caping for them. That's why I have no empathy or sympathy for them when they are being toe tagged by these useless, overgrown, incompetent, toddler dust mother effers.
okay? You got a little bit of feedback. I noticed. Are are you on the? Because sometimes you'll have
I
YouTube.
know. I don't know why. I put my
Um, when you hit the link, were you on YouTube? Because if you close out the YouTube and just keep StreamYard, it'll take away that double feed.
Oh, okay. So let me turn off. All right. I think that's what it is. Let me turn off my YouTube because I'm on YouTube right now. All
Yeah.
right. So I just, okay. Can you hear me
Okay.
better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is with all the thing that I just said, it's pretty much us. It's we already know, and society already know these things are not human. They're not quality human at least, you know. And for some reason, these female, I only have one daughter, which I'm proud and love because she's out here doing herself. You know what I mean? She's a boss. She also did 4-year college. She's not
Hmm.
out here killing people like these Mimi's son are doing. It's pretty sad that these female refuse to understand what's going on, and they trying to sell us something that's not even real. They pushing up marriage, so-called black love, when these dust effort don't even know what love is. They selfish as God knows what. They only chasing us for what they want and what they need. Forget about us and who we are as human beings. It's only them. And then it's like, what is it that you female are chasing after? What is it that you female are worshiping? What is it that you female are want? Because these things all literally sound like they eat doodoo for breakfast, lunch,
Yeah.
dinner, and
Well,
supper. It's
I would
unreal.
Yeah.
encourage. I know that you sound like you're a little bit older than me, but I do want to give you all due respect. But I think it's important for us as Black women because we are in such a toxic community, so-called community. I don't even call it that, but it's so toxic. It's easy for it to
It is
infect
toxic.
us.
It's beyond toxic.
It's easy for it to infect us and make us, feel horrible. But I'd encourage
You
us to
guys should
focus.
feel horrible because in order for any change to come into this community, black female need to feel horrible. In fact, they need to be
But what
suicidal.
what I'm saying is
Okay.
not all of us are the same, and there's a huge segment of us that are
No,
growing and
listen, honey, I'm not
recognize.
talking about all of us. I'm talking about the ones that are shedding these dust out here in the world.
I understand that. All I'm saying is for those that do understand the dynamic of what's going on, it's kind of important for us to focus on what we want, not on what we
And
don't want.
and what we want is for these mammies to stop worshiping these things and stop approving all these degenerate nonsense that they doing. The
Yeah.
problem is
Hey,
what? It's us.
you know what? Let me interject on this. I think what's going on, and look, I see it. is I know what you're talking about. These women that lift up these guys and talk like they walk on water, and and won't hold them accountable. But the thing of it is they're not going to stop. I think what it's doing is it's hurting the community altogether. It's making the men
It's
weak
not
because
only the community, society too, and everybody in general, because they are here killing everything and everyone, including their
okay,
preference, so-called preference.
yeah, but I think what's going on is when you hold men up and you tell them they're the best, and what happens in your community, if it's never the man's fault, how can he ever get better? And the man's supposed to be the leader. So if it's not his fault, if it's women's fault, if it's black women with white men's fault, if it's
everyone's fault except them. It's
yeah,
unbelievable.
you are part of the problem if you say it ain't me.
When it's solely them, they the one out here killing people. They the one out here that is causing the government over 50K a year. They the one out here walking around stinking like skunk. They the one
Okay.
out here that is jealous over everything and everyone. They the one out here that is incompetent. You know what I mean? It's like the minute that these female or burden these nonsense, you already know they're gonna be degenerate. You already know they're gonna be nobody. You already know they're gonna be murder and killer. You already know they're gonna be nothing but whatever they are. And they are
Yeah.
so dumb to see themselves for what they are and who they are. It's unreal. That's why I blame the females. When it comes to me, I think like them. I move like them. Just like they don't give a F about me, I don't give a F about them. In fact, they're too incompetent. Like I said, I don't listen to none of them. I
Okay.
disown no one in my family and listen, I deny the black community just for that, because these female are the one that's causing this hell. Because
Okay.
listen, they should stop burning male in general. They all say not all, when we all know 100% plus of these mother effer are effed up.
Oh,
I
okay.
said, I despise them just like they despise me. All of them are fucked up.
Okay. Okay. Don't be cussing. All
Yeah,
right. Hey. Okay. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I get your passion. Yeah, these women do give these men excuses. I think that's what's the problem. It is. And but focus on the prize. What's at hand? Who is the best man for the job, and go for the best man. They can have these pygmies can do this. If they want to lift up these men, say they're the greatest and do everything for them, that's their right to do that. And go for the best option for you. And
but the thing is, as a black woman, I take offense to it, because these nonsense speak me, thus worshiper are out here doing all
okay.
this nonsense,
I
me
would
looking
just
bad.
encourage I just encourage, the so-called mammies, like they really want black women's attention. They want us to kind of focus on
Yeah.
them and
Eh,
on black men. If you starve them of that attention, just don't give them any views. Don't give them any
No,
energy.
no, it's not you. They are all around me. That's what pissing me off. All
Okay.
of them around
Okay.
me in real life. It's not just on TV. This is
Okay.
happening in real life. That's what pissing me off. And I'm saying to myself, what is it that you people are worshiping? It's nothing. These things are dead weight. They nobody. They useless. They're incompetent. Why do
Okay.
we
Hey.
even waste
Okay.
our time
Okay.
giving birth
Okay.
to
Hey.
them?
Hey. 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 I get it. All right. Enough. We're talking about interracial dating to marriage. Don't let them get you triggered like that. I get it. I know what they
I'm
do.
sorry, I'm very passionate because
Yeah, I get it. But
the whole thing pisses me
we're
off.
taking the show off into Mammy and Pick Misha hour, and
I'm
you know
sorry.
what?
Yeah,
Don't
that's
give
not
them that. Don't give them. We're giving free advertisement. Now people are going to go check out their show and give them views, and don't even pay them attention. You know what? Let them. If they think these dudes are the greatest, hey, have at it. You know what? That's what you don't have to deal with. You know, but we're getting off topic here, and I got your passion, but you know we need to go for the best option, ladies, and don't worry about what they're doing. Let it go. Leave them by the side. Let them do their thing. If they think that's the best option, let them go for that option, ladies, and you go for your best option. See who turns out better. See who lives the better life. See who has more resources. Because when the woman's leading and the man's not doing what he's supposed to, it ain't going to work out. So if they want to lift them up, they want to worship, hey, go let them do it. But
and encourage your daughter to choose a partner or spouse who's going to treat her well, so that she has a better experience than on the other women her age. And so there is a way that you can thrive despite what you're seeing. And your daughter has a great future ahead, and she will learn from all these other people's decisions and do what's right for her, so she has a better life.
Well,
yeah,
that's the thing. My daughter is 20 and she's kind of like giving me some kind of pick me nonsense and it's pissing me off. I'm
uh,
trying to be really nice to her
Oh,
yeah,
it's
because I
yeah.
don't
unfortunate.
want that for her at all.
Okay, yeah,
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, Roadrunner, thank you so much for your channel. Thank you for giving us a voice as far as the way that you giving praise and love to your wife Sandy. Say hi to Sandy for me. And I appreciate you always online and trying to get us in a positive way as far as dating out, which I believe would be very good for the ones that
yeah. Hello? Did I?
feel like killing them. I mean, I'm sorry, toe tag them.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we got to be careful what we say on YouTube. Some words get, yeah,
Triggered.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Tia Talks, welcome to the channel.
I think her mic's muted.
Yeah, your
Oh,
mic's
There
muted.
she
sorry.
is.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, ladies. Hey, Brent.
Hey, how's it going?
I was just going to comment on the fact that I don't know which lady was talking because I'm literally at work. But
Oh, okay.
I think she was upset about black women talking about black men or whatever she was saying. I just feel like the focus shouldn't be on that. Like, I'm tired of coming across channels being angry at black men. Like, the conversation should go past that. Like you said, we should be talking about interracially dating
Mhm.
and how we can get to that as far as letting these men know that we want to date them, because it's going to come off as, oh, they're so angry at these men, so now they want to date out. And that's not the message I want to be out there. Like, I want them to know, yes, I'm dating non-black men because this is a better option, not because it's coming from hatred and
Mhm.
Right.
anger.
I agree.
Because you keep saying, oh, well, black men this, black men that. I don't necessarily think it's about black men. I've come across bum men in all races, but it's like you said, it's about picking the man for the best job. Like, why are we still having these conversations? I just don't get it. And I feel like if you're still angry, you still like them, you're still bothered.
Oh hell no, I don't. Please trust and believe. It's just that they all around me. These people,
And
It-
that's what I
Okay.
mean. Like, you're still it's still in your everyday life in reality.
No,
I
I'm
don't.
talking about the female, not the male, because I'm in a group where we should be positive, and all I'm hearing is caping. I'm sorry, I don't want to go back to it. Not the male, because no, I'm not. No, it's because yeah.
But
I mean,
you know what
I
I know
agree. I just
this.
think, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let's move in
You know,
silence.
I think the black women who are dating out, they are leading by example. I mean, you can see it in their outcome. I didn't have to have black women. To be honest, all the black women around me were pick me's and mammies. I did not have anybody in my family that dated out, to be honest, and I still don't. But what showed me the signs of dating out was the outcomes. I saw women who were dating white men. The men were with the children when they were grocery shopping, or the men will have the children with them. I mean, it just was so much support. And then when I look at the black women who were with black men, that was enough. The outcome in itself showed me what and what I should do and what I shouldn't do when it comes to certain men. But
Yeah.
you have women on here who are super angry and it's coming off really bad, and they would use that against us and say, "Oh, well, they're just dating out because this and that." And it's like, "No, that's we're not dating out because we're hateful or we're angry, but
Right.
that's the message they're trying to send."
Yeah.
It's
Well,
hard to hate someone you don't think about. I don't think about what the black men and all whoever is doing, because they're, they're
Exactly.
in I
Again, like I
mean,
said, it's nothing about them because I'm not around them. I'm just in a group where it's all us females, and then that's the only thing I'm hearing, and everybody's coming for me and after me because my view. Forget them. They nothing. They don't even exist to me. Sorry.
well, here's the thing. You know what? Um, everybody has a right to say what they want, and you know what? I know black men have done black women wrong, and if you're hurt, I get it. I don't want to silence nobody because I don't know what you've been through, and I get that that's irritating. They're defending these guys. I've listened to them. That don't really trigger me because I don't that don't affect me. Um, but a woman it would, But I've heard them talk like they walk on water. They're the best ever, and that's okay if they feel that way. Let them. You go where you're appreciated. Go where you're loved. And you know what? When you got that relationship they wish they could have with the guy they're with,
mhm.
guess what? Who won? Who's winning?
That's right.
Who's got the best option? Who's got true love and who's got relationship? Who's married and who's fiance for 8 to 10, 12 years? Okay? Just look at it that way. You're not going to stop these women from doing that. That's what they do. And especially YouTube, they'd love to trigger you and have you come on and make fun of you. And
Mhm.
I mean, but and guys, I look. This is a place you could speak how you want to. Okay, I don't. I'm not going to protect men at all. But I don't want to deviate from the topic because we're focused on what's going on over there right now, and we're not focused on how to date. We're not focused on how to swirl to investment. We're focused on what black men and Pygmisha is up to. And this show, I don't want to be focused on that. I get what you're saying. Yeah, they're weirdos, but you know, but yeah. So, but here's the thing, ladies. You want the best option. Go with the best option. And what bothers me, and I'm going to say this, and I hate this, when women say move in silence, right? And I know why you say that. You should never have to do that. You should be able to shout as loud as you want who you love and who you want to be with.
But this is a dangerous community. I don't know if you
Very
know that, Brent.
dangerous.
This is a
Very
very dangerous, toxic so-called community.
deadly. So
Yeah,
deadly.
yeah, and I get that, and that's a problem. Um, I've heard people so angry at black women for being with a white guy that they don't even know, and it's like, why is there hatred there? And and they'll say, they'll tell them, well, don't come back, we're not going to protect you. I'm like, I don't understand that. Unless that was your girlfriend that left for a white guy, I guess that would make sense. But no, it's not that. It's just some black woman they don't know with a white guy they don't know, but they're triggered, and they see this happening a lot more, and it's going to happen a lot more. That's what I might say. Kind of, that's what triggers me, because I hate to see women living in fear for being who they want to be with.
It's always been like that. I remember when I was in middle school, and my first boyfriend his name was Kenneth. He was white. He had blue eyes. Totally different from me. I'm kind of like brown skin, but I remember he used to hang with this dark skinned guy at my school with dreadlocks. And the dark skinned guy was like, "You actually like her? Like, she is it's girls in the school that look way better than her." And it was like, "Well, I like her personality." And he tried to make it about my skin tone, the black dude. And he was like, "Well, black girls have like eczema and their vaginas are black and tart." Like, he just said weird things about me that he did not know. I mean, it just was weird. Like, he literally tried every day to make this white guy, Kenneth, not attracted to me. And that's what they do. So imagine what they do as adults.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the move in silence come from, until you're to a place where you're safe enough to scream to the top of your lungs about who you're in a relationship with.
No doubt about it. In my marriage, my ex-husband stockpiled. Like, he had tons of guns and ammo. And at that point, like, when you're safe like that, you're good. But until you get there, like, this is a dangerous, community.
That sounds like a white.
Is real.
Yeah, that sounds like a white guy thing. I guess we all got guns and stuff. It's like in our culture, our hobby and stuff.
100%.
Yeah, every time I'm at the gun range, I see white men with their children at the gun range.
Oh yeah,
it never fails. Yeah. I'm like, where have I been?
Yeah, most ladies do. We're going to have to move. They're going to have to leave the so-called black community. They're going to have to move to the suburbs or the gentrified area. Take the kids out of school, homeschool them, private school, magnet school, because it have to just be extracted from that environment. And people, they're going to be jealous. They're going to want to know, well, why is that person with that man? And I think that there's still this kind of twisted fantasy. They're kind of going into kind of the perverse part, but they think it's kinky. And so that's why it's like, well, I only see you dating white guys or Latinos. Well, they're the ones who ask me. So, but why is it such an important topic for anybody else? They have their reasons, but it's really because it's a curiosity, a kink, and this twisted interest. You got we likely, ladies, just need to extract ourselves from the poisonous environment, and then that leads to the safety and emotional security that we're looking for.
Hey, DK, you're not too late. You could hop on if you want.
Hey, Brent.
Hey, Afro Angelique. Hey,
Oh,
nice hairdo.
yeah.
Did you just get it done? Uh,
I changed my
yeah,
avatar
I
to
saw
Storm because I was on
Storm.
another live and we were talking about X-Men, and so I felt
Yeah,
inspired.
yeah,
Storm.
yeah. I think Captain America should date Storm. I do. Um, yeah.
Two different universes, but I fully
Mhm.
agree.
Yeah. I mean, you got a patriotic white guy and a super powerful black woman. Oh man, you can't. It don't get no better than that. I'm just saying. Um,
I kind of came in on a lot of anger, so I do. I don't know if we can like get back on like topic on how to date or what if that was
yeah,
the
yeah,
topic.
we already moved to that. Um,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Um,
Um.
I yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I understand why black women are angry. I do. I feel you. Um, you know, but I just didn't want to deviate from the show because um because I want to help women date out. I want to help women open up their options. I and I want this show to be about. And when I started, I was like, I don't want to drift because this is important because this is your life, ladies. Who you marry, and
Yes.
and you want to be with a certain group of men. We got to be strategic on this. We have to have a plan. We have to, you know, you anytime like take a football game or any sports game, right? They have a plan going into that game, right? We're going to use this type of defense to battle their offense. We're going you know their defense is weak on the running game, so we're going to run a lot, and we might do some play action passes and throw them off. There's a plan. Now, does it work out exactly? No, but the, a lot of times teams will win because they come out with a plan that works because they study the other team. And when you want to be with a group of men, wouldn't you study them? And I would say, white guys, you want to be with a black woman? Kind of study her, get to know black women because you'll find out some stuff you know you didn't know, and you'll find out that they don't want you to act like in the stereotypical black person, right? A lot of white guys think that if you use a little bit of slang and you know dress a certain way that it's going to impress her, and it does the exact opposite. It,
Yes.
it's such a turnoff. She'll kick you to the curb faster than you can even. I mean, I I know there's always an exception to the rule, but 99% of the time, you need to be yourself. And that's what's good about this having panels like this. And we got a feedback somewhere. And but ladies, get to know the men you're dealing with because so you can find the right one. And I would say this, put this in your game plan. Okay? When you write this down, we talked about moving in silence. I don't think any woman should move in silence, but I understand why black women do. You have to. You do what you got to do to be safe, right? But, put that in your plan, but also put this in your plan. You know, Getting to know the person.
I got a
And
question.
yeah,
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
You said like the white guys who try to imitate like the degenerate black men, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sound weird, but isn't it easier to nip that in the bud with them? Like, as far as them imitating, like, aren't you able to get them to a point where it's like, okay, well, that's not what I'm attracted to. Like, is that possible?
Well, yeah,
Does that make sense?
those guys can tell they're looking for a particular type,
What do you
and
mean?
um the wigger types, they're not going to they're not going to
Okay.
ask someone who works at the bank.
Is
Um,
is it the guys that wear wigs?
No, oh my
No,
God.
I know what it means. I'm just being
Yeah,
funny.
the little hip hopper types, they're
Yeah.
are not going to ask a woman who works at the bank for a date. There's certain women they're just out of their league. I'm not sure what they're looking for, but it's unlikely any of you ladies on the panel, because there's some men who just want the low hanging fruit, and
Brent.
so they're
Yeah.
not going. And so you may be on it, getting your latte at a break between classes or at lunch. They're not, those guys aren't going to be interested in you, especially to marry, because
Yeah.
those guys don't marry people until they've had some type of epiphany later on. Be you. The men will select themselves out. So if you're all about home and family and being a good citizen of the world, the bums are lazy. They're not going to be interested in what you want. And so stand your ground and say, okay, I want someone who's family oriented, who will go with me to church on every Sunday. We're going into the holidays, so everybody grinning around the turkey at Thanksgiving. Guys have those kinds of goals for their lives too. The bums are going to select themselves out. They're not even going to waste any energy on women who want something else out of their lives.
Yeah. Hey, I want to address where was that comment? Where are the other white men in the chat? Yeah, good question. Come up, guys. Yeah, let me address that. Okay, where are the other white men in the panel? Feel like you are preaching at, but where are they? Okay. Who love black women? Okay.
They're sprinkled throughout the chat.
Yeah, they're in there. They're on the chat. They can come up. We have white men that come up. But to be honest, the men population is like 15% out of 6,000. So what do we got? Like maybe 700 or so. But it is growing. But I'm not preaching at nobody. I'm just giving you guys advice and trying to help you guys come up with a plan. That's what this show's about. Okay, this ain't a dating show right now. Okay, in the
I'm not
future we
trying to
could
be
get there.
funny.
Okay.
I don't think white men are just on panels talking about how they prefer black women. I just don't think they're that type of group of men to do that.
They're not.
They're not going to. I'm just being honest. I feel like that question was kind of stupid.
You know why? It's because they.
Go ahead. Hello.
I think her mic went out.
Yeah, because she was going, and then it stopped. It went out earlier too. I don't know. Yeah, what we're talking about. Yeah, you're right. White men don't do that. Look, I'm a rare white guy. Most white men don't speak out publicly how they love black women, but they do love black women. They get one, they marry one, live happily ever after, and just mind their own business. That's what I have done for years. Because I really don't need to do that. But here, um, I saw YouTube and I saw a white guy talking about black women, and you know, you guys know Cohen. He would talk about dating black women. I said, "Well, that's pretty neat." Um, I fall into that category. Well, I'm married to a black woman, so I was like, "Wow, I wonder what if I made a couple videos talking about my life, right, and how I felt about black women." And I did, and you know, I got a few subscribers here and there, and then what was neat is I got people that were sending me kind words and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, this is neat." So I kind of got addicted to YouTube. I started making more and more videos. I started, and now that I dig deep into this, I feel, I should, I'm meant to talk about this because I'm seeing black women that are torn down. I'm seeing black women that are made fun of and horrible things said about them. So I think there's got to be a balance here. And then I started thinking about it. Okay, if you look in society, black women are the most unprotected, right? You could look at criminal stats and find that to be true. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. And there's been a couple ladies come out and say, "Well, what are you doing to protect black women?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? How can I do this? I can't be like some superhero and roam through neighborhoods
And
looking."
that's what's so, and I watch your lives and I see those type of comments and I literally cringe at it because they
Yeah,
sit up here and will say, "What do you do to protect a black women? You are married to one. You create a family with one. That's an individual level of protection." I
yes,
swear to God, these people are so, they know what they're trying to do. They know what they're doing, but it's not
yeah,
working because they will sit up here and say that Kanye West protects people, but he have a whole white family. He's preaching all this stuff about black people and black families, but hasn't done anything for any family, not even his own. So it's just stupid.
yeah. Well, I mean, a way I can protect is okay. We're getting okay. A way I can protect in a way I think is just telling the truth about black women, pointing out the good qualities they have. A lot of times, and this is a lot of times as people we're it's easy to point out bad things about people. It's easy to go in on people. Um, but do we ever lift up people that much anymore?
But think
Eh,
about that though.
Yeah,
The reason why you feel the need to point out the good qualities in us is because of you know who point
hmm,
out the bad qualities
yeah,
all the time. Like there's no need to uplift white women, Asian women, Hispanic women because it's already there. But
yeah,
you feel like you feel you need to fulfill this lack thereof, but it's like you shouldn't feel that way and people shouldn't make you feel guilty about
yeah,
that. Is what I'm saying.
yeah. No, no, I get that. Yeah. But you know what? Since I'm doing this channel, I could point out the blessings because this stuff I hear, I'm like, wait a minute, this makes no sense. Black women aren't like this. The ones I've been around, they're not loud and crazy and over sexualized. I don't see that. I'm sure there's some that there's always people that fit a stereotype, but from what I've seen, it's not that way. And my wife, I mean, we've been married over 28 years. It's like, what? Who are these women these guys are talking about? And that's what really got me. I'm like, wait a minute, this ain't true. Um, and in the past when I was, dating before I got married, there were some black guys that said, no, don't stay away from black women. It's not worth it. Stay with the women that you have. You'll be better off. And you know what? I went the opposite way, and people in my family that stayed within the race are had horrible marriage and divorces, didn't go right. But so I'm like, what are these people talking about? But I do sometimes feel a need. I need to talk about this, and yeah, I will. You know, go in on black men because I see they're doing horrible stuff, and not all. I got to put that, but I see a number of them just talking trash about black women. I'm like, why? And about ones that are dating white men they don't even know. That sounds like the most weird thing I could ever think of. It's jealousy and just plain stupid at this point. It's like, and then I look at the stats, and you got black women that are the most traditional. In my opinion, if you look at it, how many black women are women of faith, going to church, you know, believe in traditional values? And it blows my mind that they're not the most married group instead of the least. I don't understand that. It makes no sense at all. And maybe it's because they're race loyal, and maybe the men get a free pass and they're coddled. So it's created an imbalance. And you know what the young lady was saying about how they're protecting and caping for them. Really, you shouldn't cape for men. I mean, if you really love your men, they got to be held accountable to be good men. Otherwise, it's never their fault, and they can blame everybody. And I think that's what's going on, in my humble opinion. But anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to get too winded, but anyway. Okay. Who hasn't spoke? Because I know we get anybody.
Oh, I haven't, but
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
know.
Go ahead, DK.
I didn't know where we were in the
Oh,
conversation.
yeah, we kind of got off a little bit, but we're talking about opening up your options, going for the best option. And we're talking about making a plan. And when I was talking to you guys, write out what you want. And do this too. Write a love letter to your future husband or your future wife. Do that. And just write it out like you're fantasizing about this guy that's just loving, doing what you want him to do and fitting what you want. Write that love letter. And you know what? When you write that love letter and try to get in a place, listen to some slow music, get the emotions going a little bit, and just think about it and pray about it. And then write that love letter. And you'll find out the kind of man that you want.
It's a beautiful idea.
Yeah. So I would say do that. And we
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll over it.
The concept of putting things in writing does, for the new age folks, is part of that. I guess the manifesting, but in other ways, it's more of, kind of putting prayers into motion, and because oftentimes when not all prayers are very, not all prayers have to be very formal, but oftentimes when folks say, well, I want God to bring me a good man, well, that means that's up for interpretation. But if it's more of, I want a husband who will greet me with a smile every day, or be at my side if I get sick, or hold my hand during labor, or sitting on the back porch there watching the sunset. That can be interpreted in some ways of specifically on putting into the prayer what you're looking for. And it does make a difference. Is I want once, from your mouth to God's ears, and that makes a difference. Certainly, I did something similar when I started the process of looking for my husband. It does make a difference. That's all I wanted to say.
No, okay. Yeah. I mean, it makes you think about what you want. And ladies, when you get the emotions going, look, then you visualize, you know, what you want. You visualize this man that just loves you more than anything. And as people, we all want that. We all want to be loved. We all want to be accepted. And just get into that place and write that letter. And when you got emotions, you think, gosh, I want him to be there, when he comes home to hug me and tell me he loves me and do nice things for me. Because we all visualize what we want at times, don't we? We'll daydream and say, wow. I mean, uh, and I would say, guys, do this too. Write a love letter to your future wife, because you get an idea. You know what you want, but it really makes you focus on what you want. And you know, we had a show one time a while back where we wrote love letters, and people came on and some would read their love letters of what they wanted in their future husband or wife. And yeah, and then I think we had two guys on that show. We had Mark and Corey, and those guys are like poets and stuff. They could throw words together and make it flow like no tomorrow. Um, we might do a show like that later on, though. Um, but it's all about the plan, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the plan. It's what you want. You got to be strategic. How do you get there? How do you? It's not going to just happen for you. White men ain't just coming out chasing black women or going in their neighborhoods looking for wives. Now they are out there looking for black wives, but they don't do it like you think they're going to do it. So you got to be where they're at, and they're darn sure not going to go to an all black neighborhood because they're unfamiliar. They don't. I mean, unless maybe they got friends in that neighborhood. Usually they don't just stumble up in there. So if you're in a neighborhood that's predominantly black, there's not going to be a lot of white guys talking to you just because that's not their environment, and vice versa. You know, it's you got to think about that stuff. You got to go where they're at, and then you got to figure out what type of white guy you want. Because I'm telling you, people think white people are like. I mean, people in my family were so different. Even me and my brother, we're just we don't really function on the collective. White people, we don't. We kind of keep to ourselves, and we really maybe back in the day it was like that, but today's world, no, we don't even. Hey, I found out cousins I have by doing ancestry. And these are close cousins I never met. That's how engaged we are. It's kind of sad too. I mean, where my wife's family, they know everybody and they have reunions every year, and but a lot of us white people don't do that. Some do, but most don't. So, yeah.
I was just going to give like a suggestion, like this is random, but a
Okay.
suggestion to Black women that maybe Black women should, before you go date, I would suggest you like maybe spend a few time to yourself, whereas being more feminine, like maybe do some yoga, um, do some, ancient art type of stuff, or go on like a nice hike or a walk, or just go into a garden or places with flowers, I noticed that actually makes you more open, and it makes your environment like less dominant. Like they're not going to be in your face, and you can be happy. So that's what I would suggest to Black women. Maybe read a book. Like do something that you wouldn't probably not do, but
Mm-hmm.
feminine in a way. It'll just set up
I
your character, because if you're
For
like a
me,
tough type of Black woman, you do that type of stuff, it will literally like ease you down, and you don't even know you're doing it on purpose at this point.
for me, reading the Bible does that for me. Like it calms you down. You get to see, okay, this was the original intent of how God made men and women. It puts you, it just naturally, God's word just puts you more in your role as a female. Like you're
Mm-hmm.
feminine, you're trusting him, like you're letting him guide, all of those things. It just puts you in alignment. It calms your spirit. Like, so yeah, for me, definitely going into 2023 is getting more into my word, and I know that that's going to make me more beautiful, more rested, more trusting, more everything.
Yeah. Okay, we got quite a few guys on here. Fiberton, Josh, Michael Ray. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you guys can come up if you want. You're welcome to come up.
can I make a comment?
Yes, you can. Okay, stop. No more comment. No, go ahead.
I always say, you got to heal before you take certain steps. So, because if you can't stand to be by yourself, how you expect anybody else to be with you? So you have to learn how to, be by yourself. You also have to learn how to be healed, because it's if you don't heal yourself, then you're just going to bring all the foolishness from your past relationships into a new relationship. And whether you're with the same kind of man, or whether you're changing races or whatever, it's still going to be the same situation, because you haven't healed what is causing the issues in the first place. Because sometimes we have things that are going on with us that we don't even realize until we actually sit down and have a conversation. So
Yeah.
once we do that, it makes it a little bit easier to be able to vet people, to be able to know what to look for, to know what your limits are, to know what you will and will not accept in a relationship.
That is
Yeah.
so true, because like I'm 19, but like at 16 I would say I started dating, and I was the type to like be seeking for people's validation. I was, oh my God, I was desperate. Oh, child. I was a mess. And I had so
Yeah.
much trauma. But, many times, many younger people, we think we know it all, but we don't know it all at times. So I was annoyed. I'll be like, no, I'm doing this right. Oh, yeah, that. I was having an excuse for everything. I was combative. But then I like spend time to myself, and I educate myself, and I see what I liked, etc. And I avoided many problematic people in my life. Like I always thought that people were out for me, or guys were out for me if it didn't go with dating wise. But then I realized that it's me. Like I was not healed, and I was just quick to move on, etc. And I needed time for myself. And then I stepped away, and I got back at the game at like just 18 years old. And I know what I like. There's still to know, because I'm still young, but so far, like, I know better than I would say at 16, because you really do need to heal, and you really do need to like grow and have time for yourself and by
Yeah.
yourself, or it won't go well.
Yeah. You know, you're maturing fast, because at 16 and 18, I was young and dumb, and I wasn't even thinking about that stuff. Um, I didn't really mature till I got married at 24. Um, and it took my wife knocking some sense into me. So,
Yeah, majority of my I didn't even have a childhood because I really don't have a childhood. I spent majority of my time staying in a house like all my years reading books,
mm.
and I
Oh,
never
okay.
interacted with people. So that probably plays a part because I'm like, I don't have friends, so I might as well make use of something. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I want to address Gina Roadrunner. Sometimes swirling is not deemed good. Yeah, I know that. But swirling could be good and it could be bad. It's interracial dating. That's what it is. Some people do it for the right reasons. Some do it for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I know when I came up with that name Captain Swirl, some people were like, thought it was like a superhero that just went swirling and just uh I guess fulfilling a fetish or whatever. Yeah, sometimes people look at swirling as just getting together just because you're different races, just for the excitement, just because you lust after someone that looks different than you. I know some people look at that way, but swirling, I look at that as just interracial dating. That's what it is. Just like people date each other for the right or wrong reasons. So I'm aware of that. But I mean, I use the word swirl to investment. Investment's a positive part. You know, you're interracially dating because you're moving to that investment, to that marriage. And that's what I promote. That's the type of swirling I promote. I don't promote swirling to get an experience or fulfilling a fantasy. Okay. If you're doing it just for that, then it's not right. If you're doing it for because you love the woman you're with, hey, that's great. All for it. And that goes for anybody that interracial dates, whatever colors you are or he or she is. You do it for the right reasons, I back you up, regardless. You know, I support black men dating white women as much as I do white men dating black women if they do it for the right reasons. I think that's a good thing when you do it the right way. But yeah. Anyway, I don't mean to go off topic again, like I always do. Fiberton, welcome to the show. Good to see you, brother.
Hey.
Did I say it? Did I say it right? Fiberton?
That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
All right. All right. Well,
I just
welcome.
always tell women just go to the places where the type of men you want are. It
Yeah.
just makes the most. If you're at the gym and you go to a gym that caters to males, not these 24-hour fitness where you got yoga. Guys,
Yeah.
most guys who are like really trying to get yoked are not going to a place where you do yoga. It's just not happening. So
Yeah.
you need to go to a place where, like if that's what you want, if you're looking for a guy who works out, or you're looking for, I don't know, maybe well, it just depends really, right? You just get, if you like a guy who reads a lot, you just go to a library, or you go to like a book, place that sells books, but not like Books a Million or whatever. You just go to like a place that sells old books, rare books. If you go to a place that sells rare books, you might meet a guy. You might meet a guy.
Mhm.
Most colleges and universities have things for the community where they'll have like an author do a book reading, book signing. They'll have guest speakers. So for the brainiacs, those kind of community events, then folks can rub shoulders with the professors, because they're usually the grown-ups versus the students. That kind of thing brings a lot of different people with similar interests.
Right. If you like, if you're into mathematics, a lot of schools may have open talks about mathematics, new theories, or physics, whatever. You know, a local group that does that. Go to them, look them up, find them, and just show up for them. You never know who you're going to meet based on what type of person you want to meet. You got to make it happen. You can't just like, I read sometimes people are just like sitting around waiting. That's not the real world. It's not the real, especially with white guys. Like with this Me Too stuff, a lot of guys are like, "Oh yeah, she's pretty, but let me just keep, let me just keep moving this direction." They just don't want to. They don't want to, deal with that. Deal with it. It's it gets complicated.
Yeah, Me Too has definitely affected how guys on how men approach women. There's a real concern for men who are serious. That the folks who want to play around don't really care one way or the other.
What field do you all recommend women go into that are looking to interracially date? What do y'all think about that?
Medical. Medical. I tell you what, I was at the hospital not too long ago for something. There was so many black women. I was like, "Where's everybody else?"
Hey, oh my goodness! Wow.
But see, I'm a nurse right now, and I don't see any white men, so I don't.
Really? Where do you? But what state though? Are you in like Georgia or something?
No, I'm in Virginia, and it's mostly white men in military. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that means you're just in a bad location. You may need to move.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You
if you're in Northern Virginia or Newport News, I know
Roanoke.
very well.
I'm in Roanoke, Virginia.
Oh boy, yeah. That's Charlottesville.
It's a lot of white men out here that approach me, but I'm looking for a particular age. Like they're like old.
Oh yeah.
Like they're not super old, but like
what age?
They're like 43. I'm 23.
Okay. So that means you might need to
and
be
I look
near
16.
more campuses. Yeah, you might need to be near more like a university campus where you bump into like a young professor or something like that. Like a Starbucks.
Come to the 7 cities.
You might better bump into a guy at a Starbucks near a university.
Yeah.
I know University of Virginia is slowly expanding out of Charlottesville. They're gobbling up smaller community hospitals. You're gonna have to go to Charlottesville, unless you're going to go up to Northern Virginia. They're like Leesburg, Front Royal. But yeah, Roanoke, you're going to have much older demographic.
You know what? Something's interesting here, and I've heard black women say this, that older white men approach them and not the younger ones, and it made me think. And I've had young ladies send me pictures of themselves and ask me, "Do you think I'm only older guys approach me?" And these women are very beautiful, and I'm like, wow, if I was 20, I would approach. I don't get it. Maybe it's when they get to their 30s and 40s, they get out of their comfort zone and just go for it. I think that's kind of what it is, and it's like, and I tell the younger guys, you're wasting your time because you don't even know. I mean,
23. I'm in my 40s. That's just too young for me. I'm getting too old. That's too much activity.
But see, Brent, that's why I asked you yesterday. I was on my other YouTube account, but that's why I asked you, what is the best way to approach a white man? I didn't mean it in a way where it was like, oh yeah, you look good, you're hot. No.
Yeah.
I meant to have like a genuine conversation, because I find it that when I say hi to them or I just speak, they're just so friendly and they're surprised that I'm talking to them. It's almost like they're like, oh,
Yes.
she's nice. And I'm just like, I don't say anything, but it's kind of like they're shocked. Like even when I'm at the gym, they just look at me, but they never say anything. Like never. It's
Well,
always the older ones.
it's because the younger ones don't think they like you. A lot of them don't.
Well,
And
also the media.
yeah, it does. Because you know what we see in the media? We see a black woman say, black man all the way, I'm not white man. Oh no, like we're so disgusting. They wouldn't even have anything to do with us. And look, that's not all. But you see that image, and there's always, even when you have shows where they talk about interracial dating and people that are into it, you always have that black woman out there that'll tell you there's no way in hell she would have anything to do with a white man. And you know that those type of things, they see that and they think that's how black women are. And how many people out there in the media pro blacks that talk about negatively about white people? And it might not be that bad, but we see this. It's in our minds. And a lot of them don't think they have a chance, so they might be surprised if you're nice to them. Wow, okay. And even though they see other white men with black women, they look at it like, okay, that's just an exception to the rule. It's just, something that rarely happens. That's I think that's what's happening. I think
I
that's.
think. Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I was
No, go
gonna say,
ahead.
yeah, that's entirely the case because I'm 19, so like I've been like hearing dudes 18 to usually 27, I'd say,
Mhm.
that you know every time like if I'm talking to them, they'll always be like, "Oh my God, I'm surprised you like white guys." Even my fiance was surprised that I liked white guys, and then every time I'm like, "Why is that shocking to you?" They're like, "Because not a lot of time black women like speak to me. They're always like rejecting me, ghosting me, always saying ill that I'm ugly because I'm white." And that they want white guys. And it's true. Usually younger dudes, younger white guys, it's not that they like um don't find you attractive. A lot of them do. It's just that they fear that you may not find them attractive. So that's the problem because you see constantly with like, the so-called media and black women constantly making it known that they only want black men. Many of these younger dudes also you have to consider their hormones are going up, they're emotional, and then they'd feel a certain way if they like think, oh my God, black women don't prefer me because I'm white, etc. And you as a black
Mhm.
woman coming up and saying, hey, I do prefer you, it's going to be shocking to them because literally you're like an exception. You really are an exception to them
Mhm.
because majority of black women they try to talk to do reject them. That's mostly why younger white men don't usually look your way. But yeah, they'd be open to you because you're something different, and they'd like to get to know you and etc. But black women need to actually want to get to know them.
Yeah, but you know what I've noticed? It seems like older black women are into white guys. Like, hey, um, like in their late 30s, 40s, 50s, like they're yeah, like a lot of them want to date white guys that they're really into that. I mean, from what I'm observing. Now, I haven't dated since 1993, so maybe I'm a little off, but I mean, this is what I'm seeing. I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong or not. Um,
I don't know. Maybe I'm going at it wrong, but I literally cannot get past the first date with white men. Like I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I think it's me because they ask me the same questions. Like, "Oh,
What are the
are you
questions?
they specifically have you ever dated a white man?" And why are you single? Like, they really be wanting to know why. They be like, you're just really attractive. I just don't understand why you're single.
Oh, they're
Or
ready to wipe you up.
Yeah.
They're trying to sort
They're
out
trying to figure
what
out
is going
what is the malfunction.
Yeah.
I
And
say it's normal. Like, if they're asking you, have you ever dated white men? To them, it's like it's rare. That's why they always ask you. My fiance asked me that the same. He's like, have you ever dated white men? Many white men who have a black woman that actually say, hi to them or like breathe next to them or like at least wave to them or smile at them, they will literally be like they'll be like, hell yeah. Because like I said, it's rare for a black woman to actually give a white man
yeah.
attention.
And,
So you
and,
gotta make sure.
and let me tell you this too. Getting a compliment from a black woman is a lot more meaningful than from a white woman.
Oh yeah, like
why
if a
is
And
that?
woman
Please
says,
explain.
why
because
is
it's a
that?
lot rarer.
It's rare. And they look at it like, wow, she's a black woman. She's interested in me. Not only does that make them feel super good, but it's like, it just boosts your confidence. It's just a psychological thing. And a lot of them want to date black women, and then when they hear, I mean, sometimes that can give him the confidence to come after and approach you. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, it's like they perceive it to be so rare that they feel so good about it. Um, and don't get me wrong, all men like compliments from women, but from a black woman, that is the best compliment ever.
So
And
Tia, here's a. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had stopped.
yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
go ahead.
I
No,
was
you're
gonna
good.
say. So here's what you do, Tia. This is what you should do. All right. So you see a guy. You notice he does not have a ring. Always look for a ring. Don't even Always like just checks. He has a ring. He's handsome. Just walk up. You just I don't know somehow get towards him. Don't make it obvious. Just make like you just bumped into him and say, "Hey, handsome," and see what he does because he will react, and his reaction because you threw the stone into the water, and now you're waiting for the ripple. It's either gonna ripple. See, this is how you just keep throwing stones. You just keep throwing stones in that water. Eventually, you're gonna get ripples. So You're increasing your probability to end up with a gentleman that you're looking for, because it's about how many people you connect with, and you're only going to get a percentage of those. And then the percentage of those, you're going to say, okay, this guy, he's handsome, but he's clearly insane, right? You're gonna get that. So you just gotta throw that stone. Just try that. I don't know, at a Starbucks, you see a guy that's handsome. You're like, hey, handsome, how are you? And like go in line, even if you already have a coffee, just like get up, like, ooh, okay, that's some bitch. He's hot. Let me go ahead and get there, get behind him,
See,
and say, hey, handsome, how are you?
I
While you're getting coffee, it will work 100%. It will work.
I don't know if I can be that straightforward.
You
I
got to.
mean, I think I need a more natural approach because I literally am not that type of person. Like,
You have
I'm
to get out of
more
your comfort zone.
uh
I know it's tough, young lady. It's tough.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
Oh yeah.
practice.
With white men, you're gonna be getting out your comfort zone a lot, but positive in a positive way.
Yeah.
I'm
So
It'll be all right.
I don't like see this is the thing that really is really I don't know, I really can't explain it. But you know how men stop you and look dead in your face and compliment you and they just pause for a second? That's how
Yes.
that's how it is every time I'm approached. It's very like
creepy.
not I wouldn't say creepy. It's
We
like it you can tell it took them a lot of courage and they had to build up the confidence to say it. Like, you can feel it.
See, all you're doing is opening the window. See, for all our lives, for all our lives, people have told us particular women did not like us. This wasn't true. It was not. It wasn't a real thing. So, and it's in TV. Like you'll see a lady on TV. Them damn hawkies, and it reverberates through people who see that, right? So, a lot of guys just don't want to deal with that. They just think automatically. Oh, now they see you and they're like, oh, yeah, she's beautiful, but he's already seen all this media that says off limits.
Yeah.
Right? You're beautiful, but you're off limits. He doesn't know. So all you're doing is saying, hey, boy, I'm available. That's all you're doing. That one little thing. Hey, handsome, how are you? That's all you have to do. He will decide how he reacts. You don't have to do anything after that. You already opened the window. He's either going to climb through the window or not. That's all you're doing. Or open the door, window, whatever.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, all these ideas sounds all good and dandy, but as far as for being a woman, that's kind of uncomfortable. I don't know. I wouldn't advise any of us women, especially us Black women, to approach men, but I would suggest for them to always be, have a smiley face, like always look positive and warm welcome, because I approach a lot of unwanted people in my environment only because I'm always happy. But as far as going into a guy or bump into them accidentally or pretend to do so, I don't know. I never really done that stuff. I wouldn't advise nobody to do it, but I would suggest them to be more free of being themselves, and make sure they be aware of their surrounding also, and just look positive and happy. But approaching a man, I don't know.
Well, there's an old saying, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got.
True.
The
I
thing about
think
it
the
is,
reason why
can I? I'm sorry. A closed mouth doesn't get fed, and if you're taking the risk to date interracially, then maybe it's worth the risk to do something that you haven't done before, because in order to get something you've never had, you have to do something you've never done.
I mean, and you're in an environment, you're at like a Starbucks or some coffee place. So it's not like, something bad could happen.
But the problem would be like if that person is like, you don't know their intentions. I'd say like there's problems on both sides, because if you just go up to them and be like, hey, handsome, this guy probably the type who's just like, he has some type of toxic mentality and he see you as like bait or can use you. Like there's some concerning things here.
You just never know. I mean, life is risk, right? So you have to decide how much risk you're willing to put on the table to date the type of man you're looking for. I mean, really, if you just say, hey, handsome, and you sit down and have coffee with him in the place you met the guy, I don't think anything bad can happen. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm delusional, but I don't think much is going to happen at the Starbucks.
I think it's a little bit different with white men, because I think with them, they don't think everything is about being masculine or thirsty. Like I've seen white women literally tell white men, I want to suck your, and they be married the next day. I don't think it's such a shaming tactic with them. So I get what you're saying. As far as approaching a man, it could be very unattractive to certain men. I wouldn't
And
go.
like the social construct, I'd say, is kind of weird. I'd say a white woman can simply do that with ease. I think someone mentioned it.
I think Black women can do that as well.
The problem is that I fear like many times a white woman could do it with ease and it's seen as okay, friendly, but a Black woman do it, it's seen as something like in a negative way. Like
Yeah,
it's
but what group of men
sexually.
though? To what group of men?
Well, I'd
Any
say
group of men,
any group. There's like toxic people that probably fetishize Black women, sexualize.
That's not my
Sexualize.
experience.
No, because we're right now we're talking about just getting confidence up to get out that familiar comfort zone. I wouldn't have met my husband if I didn't make the first move. He didn't know I was interested, and so yeah, so it's dropping the handkerchief. Just like all the courtship ritual that's gone on for eons. That I think that's all that Fiberton is bringing up, is that you just you bat your eyes, drop the handkerchief. It's like, oh excuse me, oh thank you for getting the door for me. That it's flirting. That's all it is.
Or going to a store and say, "Hey, can you help me with this? Can you get this off the
Exactly.
shelf?"
I didn't take what he said literally, like as far as going up to someone saying handsome. I mean, I don't think I would do that unless I was super drunk. Like super, super drunk.
Basically,
But
I'm basically saying exactly what Mercedes is saying. In the old days, they would just drop a handkerchief or something like that to basically say, "Hey, I'm available to chat," or something like that. That's all. You don't have to call them handsome or anything. You have to shoot your shot, but it doesn't have to be. You're not really shooting your shot. You're just basically saying, "Hi, I'm available to talk to," because white guys are going to be much more reserved when talk before they because it's everything in our life, right? The media says these women don't want you. They don't want you, and it's reinforced by a woman getting on TV talking about, I don't know, something happened, or I hate whitey, or whatever is going on, right? So that reinforces these guys to think, hey, they don't want me. Oh, she's pretty, but let me just keep my knees in the breeze and just keep going, right? So you just have to like put yourself out there, just make a little connection, say, hey, hi, whatever, however you do it, but you have to if you make that, open that window or door or whatever. That's all.
Yeah, and I got a solution. Wear a T-shirt that says, "I want to date white men," and I got them in supplies now for only $19.95. And no, I'm just joking.
I totally buy that
So,
shirt.
you know what?
I want that shirt.
Yeah, it was funny. One woman said one time on our panels, "What do we got to do? Do I just need to wear a T-shirt that say, 'Yeah, I will date a white man'? Do I have to do this?" It was just funny how she put it. Like, do we got to wear a sign around our neck, a T-shirt or something? Um, and I understand the frustration because yeah, white men are reserved because um, and what Fiberton was saying, the media, you gotta understand, the media beats down on white men. Everything from history till now, it's our fault. I mean, and you know, and black women, there's always that one that says they will not deal with the white man at all. And then we see that, and then we see so psychologically, I think it's getting to a lot of these guys like, hey, I don't even have a chance. And then some think, well, if I date her, she's going to think I'm racist, and I'm going to have to prove to her over and over I'm not that way. Um, and I've dated some black women back in the day that it was like I had to prove I'm not a racist. And I'm like, this is weird. I mean, I want to date you and be with you, but it's like you're have me under surveillance while we're dating each other. It's like it's a weird thing, and maybe some of these guys have experienced that, and maybe they're just like, "Wow, I can't take this." It's a lot of it's psychological, and most men look. A lot of men white men will date different groups of women, and a lot of times not all of them are exclusively one group. I was, and that's why, I'm married to my wife. But, there's a lot of men out there that want to date out, and a lot of times they'll go to Asian women because it's easy. There's less resistance. really Asian family, from what I've seen, as long as you're a good man and you work hard, they're okay with you being with their daughter for the most part.
Oh, they
Yeah,
want you to be with a white guy. Like there's some families, some Japanese
yeah,
families, they're like,
hmm
yes, find you a
yeah.
good
That
white
is
man.
true.
That's a real
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, and there's a lot of Asian women that love white guys, so it's kind of there's less resistance. It's easier, and there's no fetishizing and all these stereotypes attached to it. Um, and I think that's what it hurts us coming together, black women, white men, because of those barriers. And then black women, when they open up, oh my goodness, you're a race trader, bedwench, and all this other stuff. And it's like, no wonder we're the least group to get together because of all this craziness.
Well,
Do you
there
think
is
that
some stereotypes with Asian women.
That
Um,
yeah, there's stereotypes with
yeah,
all.
do you
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that
but
makes
I'd
white
say
men?
that. Oh, go ahead, sweetie.
I was just going to ask him a question.
yeah.
Okay, with all those barriers, do that make white men see that as a rarity? Like, do they value being with a black woman more because it's harder, or do they just see it as like, okay, it's hard, I don't really care? Like, how do they see that psychologically?
Um, it depends on the man. I mean, for me, I just thought black women were awesome. I always have, and I wanted to date a black woman, and it was something I just finally got my courage up and approached a black. Well, a number of them till one said yes, but uh, and it was a challenge, and it was rewarding because I was able to date a woman I thought I didn't have a chance in hell at. And of course that was great. Um and then when I found out, you know what? They're just like in other women, they're either attracted to you or they're not. And and some will date you and some won't. I mean, just like getting with Becky, some will date you, some won't. So there you go. Um but I think some it's a challenge, some just like, okay, I don't even have a chance, so I'm not even going to try.
Yeah,
Um,
all men are going to have a different confidence level too. So
yeah,
depends
yeah,
on the
and that,
guy. We're very complex. Although me and Brent are white as snow, we're just different people. Or that you have a
yeah,
thousand white guys in a room, they're all going to be different. So, and they're going to have different confidence levels, different backgrounds, different attitude towards things. They may care about certain things. They may think, "Ah, I don't want to hear that crap," or it's just that's why you got to shoot. You just got to kind of keep throwing that dart, 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 because the more times you throw that dart, you increase the probability that you're going to get what you want. It's in anything. You increase your probability the more times you do something. So it's the law of large numbers, basically.
yeah, and but a good thing about it is when black women, white men marry each other, they have the most success. So even though there's barriers there, and even though we're not jumping in droves, when we do get together at last, there's something there. We have stability. We have something that's solid. We have a blessing. And I know some white guys that never dated black women, and once they do, they fall in love. They're like, man, I didn't know black women were this amazing. Um, and sometimes it just takes getting to know people. Um, and if we just look at stereotypes, and that's where a lot of people are stupid. They buy into these stereotypes and think that's the way it is, and they don't find out. Um, but honestly, most people that want to interracially date, when it comes to black women, white men, will not do it. And
Right,
I think
right.
I believe that because I've talked to so many people that say, well, I always wanted to date a black woman. I just never did. I didn't think it would work. And they talk to me all the time because they know my wife's black. And at work, they say, and some will say, "How do you approach a black woman?" And I look at them and I say, "You approach her." And they look at me weird, like, "No, no, I want to know what do you say to her? I said, what do you say to any woman?"
They sound like me.
But people think there's some secret sauce formula. No, it's either you make a good impression and she likes you, or she don't. That's the bottom line. It's either she's going give you a chance or she's not. That's what it comes down to.
Not all black women and white men are monoliths. So even if you get rejected by them, you only one to accept you. That's all. You don't need a billion or a huge collective to. You just need one white man or one black woman to accept you and continue knocking at the door, because the first try, many times the first try won't be the green light. So keep knocking till you have the one that actually say yes.
Yeah.
Also, there may be a language barrier too. Like you may say something, he's like, "Huh?" And he may say something, you go, "Huh?" And you're not being rude or mean or anything. It's just the way you conduct yourself may be counter to what that person has seen before. What Because we're so different. Like, take for instance, Brent, you all watch hockey, right? You're a hockey guy. I don't, but we're still two white guys.
Yeah.
He watches hockey. I don't. Although I have thought about watching hockey. I don't know much about it.
You,
Michael went to it.
you need to go to a game. Go
Oh,
to
really?
a real hockey game. Yeah, go to a hockey game. It's much more fun being there than actually watching it on TV. Because I mean, it gets intense. You watching them checking each other against the glass. You know, sometimes they'll get in a fight. It gets intense. The crowd gets into it. I mean, it, I love going to hockey games. I really do. They're fun. If you get a chance, go to one.
There's another thing too, isn't there? Like, it's like the higher probability of a white guy actually doing very well is a guy who is into hockey. Like, there's some kind of correlation of how much there is, like how much a white guy makes compared to if he goes to hockey or doesn't. Not that a guy who doesn't watch hockey or whatever doesn't, but it's like 1 in 5 or 1 in 7 that's makes fairly good amount of money. I read something like that. It was pretty interesting. But so ladies, go to a hockey game. I don't know, you might bump into a guy who's like banging it out. You don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know where you're gonna meet a guy that he's gonna have, he's gonna love you, care for you, cherish you, whatever. Like, you have to shoot your shot. You got to keep throwing that dart, open that door, open it, whatever the term that's going to be said. It's the law of large numbers. The more you do it, the more you get comfortable. It's kind of like a comedian. A comedian starts out, when he's 20 and he sucks. He gets on, he's nervous, blah, blah, blah. 25 years later, he's knocking it out the park because he's comfortable, he's relaxed.
Yeah.
So there you go. And I keep running about the same concept over and over, but really, that's the concept that it's persistence. There's nothing more that a person can do to create a good outcome than to be persistent.
You know what? And hey, I've heard black women tell me this. I heard one black woman, that used to come on the channel back in the early days, and she said, "You know what? I I she said I wanted to go to a hockey game, and she said she was afraid because it's all white people, right? They didn't know how I guess she was afraid how they would react with her there or whatever. But she said she went and had a great time and became a fan and just kept going. Um, I know black women that would go line dancing, go into a country bar, learn how to line dance, and fell in love with doing that type of thing. And you know what? they say that they weren't treated bad at all. In fact, they would say that white men were just wanted to teach them how to do this dance. And that's and that's something different, and different is attractive. It really is. When you get something that's out of the ordinary that you don't always see, I mean, and look, I've been in a country club where I've seen a black woman there, and these white guys they want to show her how to dance and how to do their, two-step or whatever they do, and and Michael Ray said rodeo, yeah. I mean, I take my wife to a rodeo. We go all the time. She loves it. It's fun. You might find something fun that's not something that you normally see black people do.
Yeah. One thing I noticed is that, I'm not saying act stupid, but when you play like damsel in distress sometimes, that kind of gives you like points. Like,
it
if you know
does.
how to golf, if you know how to golf, but you know how to golf, you should like pretend, whoops, oops, my club went over my head. Oh my God, etc. Like act
She's
like
dangerous.
you're less
She knows the tricks, man. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
White men want to fix things. White men want to be the person that's like, all right, I can help you. All right, I need it. That's just the way we are, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's dangerous. That's why you're getting married. You're dangerous.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
When I have like a jar of pickles I can open, I accidentally not accidentally, I purposely be like, oh, I can't open this. And I'm like, baby, can you help me? And he's like, of course, let me help you. Like, white guys will be willing to help you. Even a jar of pickles, they would love to.
Yes.
Yeah. My husband gets stuff off the top shelf. And goodness knows if there's something going on with the car, it's just like, okay, just do what you got to do. He won't let me do a lot of the stuff with our yard and property. It's like, oh no, I got that. Okay, I'm just go to Lowe's and get whatever he needs, and that's that. But yeah, men are funny sometimes, and so but yeah, that's a husband thing.
Girl, if you on top of that, you short too. Oh my God, I'm 5'1". I need to stack a lot of things to reach a fridge or like the shelves in stores. And so when I bring my guy, he's like, why can't you just grow tall already? And then he like just pick it up. He like get whatever I need. But even if you're like medium height or tall, guys would want to still do it for you. My mom is like 5'9", her husband 5'11", and he still want to do it for her. Like he still always be like, let me get the cereal, honey. It's something about men.
Yeah, and even if he's go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's like, okay, let me help you, little lady.
Right. And when that happens, even though y'all are very capable women and are able to do stuff independently, it is okay to say, all right, and just let them do it. They know that my husband knows I'm just going to let him do stuff because he's helping. And even though it may not be done the same way I would want it done, he is helping, and I let him help. And there we go. Because it does you attract more bees with honey than with vinegar, and so sometimes you just have to let the men do the man thing. Even though you're capable of doing all sorts of things independently.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Like, we're not saying being independent is wrong. It's just like We're not saying that. It's just we're kind of saying like guys have this natural urge to just want to fix things. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
You.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm literally really, really goofy. So I'm always in a situation where I need help. And that's where I meet most of the white men that I talked to today.
Nothing
And
wrong with that.
literally, I'm not even joking. This just happened like maybe 3 days ago. I had a flat tire. It wasn't flat at first, but I didn't know how to put air in my tire. And I took the air out instead of put it in.
Oh no.
I know. So literally it went from being, full to now flat. Like now I'm stuck. So I noticed a white guy in a blue truck pull up next to me. He looked at me and then he walked in. He like I can tell he was looking. I was like, I pray to God he asked me, he helps me. So when he comes out, he's like, do you need help? And I was like, yes, thank you. So he helped me. And tell me why he had to leave to go get the jack to lift up my car. So when he went to go get it, this guy comes over and literally tries to attack me. And he literally saved my life, this white man. And
Gosh.
to me, I feel like I was like, this has to be my husband. It has to be.
Oh wow.
But
Are
he
you,
saved he fixed my car and he also saved my life, like literally saved my life. And I still can't believe it.
oh wow. Are you still talking to this guy? I mean, that
No,
might be a sign.
that's what's upsetting me because I literally didn't even get his name. And he just made me remember because he said it's a language barrier and he was a Russian white man.
Oh.
Like I could understand what he was saying, but it was such a weird situation. It was a lot going on.
Oh my
And
goodness. Yeah, it's
it
kind of
just
scary.
yeah, it was just a lot. I didn't even get his name. It was just bad. But this was 3 days ago and I was like, wow, I can't believe that just happened.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like
May,
he was in the right place at the right time to help you.
yeah, maybe this guy was a angelic being. Maybe as an angel that just was there for you.
That does happen.
Yeah, it does. you you know, I told this story one time, just getting off topic a little bit. I was overseas, right? And I was in Japan and I was missing my family and I was sad. Um I wasn't distraught or nothing. I was just feeling down, right? And I was like walking by the ocean and I was thinking about my family and stuff. And this guy comes out of nowhere, right? And it's like on a dark road and it was like in the summer, it was warm and there was no one around. This guy just comes out of the bushes and um he was like in a sweatsuit and it was like it said it had faith across it, right? And you would think that it would be dirty, but it was like clean. This guy was clean, right? It's just some man out there, and he's like, he told me, he says, I see you here, and he says, you're upset, and your family loves you, and everything's going to be okay. Can I pray with you? And I was like, what the heck? But I wasn't thinking that way, right? I was just like, there wasn't no, it didn't seem weird. It didn't seem like, who is this guy? It didn't seem like it was a weirdo or not. It just seemed like in that moment, it was like comforting. It was like, wow, I feel better. Yeah, thank you. Like, and then this guy just walked off, disappeared. And I think about that and I'm like, because, the Bible talks about angels around us. Could that have been one? Who knows? I've heard people talk about stuff like that.
Oh, I got one. I got one, bro. It happened
Okay.
like 2 months ago. So I had a pulmonary embolism about, I don't know, almost 2 months ago.
Oh my
and
God.
I'm in the ICU.
Mhm.
And the next day, I hear someone come into my room. This lady dressed all in white. She goes out towards the window. She's looking at the window. I have no idea who the hell is this person in my room dressed all in white.
Yeah.
And she says, "You know it was a miracle, right?" And I'm I'm like, I'm in shock. Like I don't know what's going on. And she's like, "He's got another plan for you." And she just, and I'm just like I'm almost like even now, like it gives me. And then she just left. She just literally just looked at me and walked out the room. I'm like, what? What? You know what I mean? I'm in the ICU and I can't believe what's happening. That's like the freakiest thing that's ever happened in my whole life.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things happen, makes you wonder. I think, and I look back, I think that was an angel. And
Mhm.
what you said, Fiberton, that sounds like it just angel looking over you. I believe
Very
that. I
weird,
believe that
right?
stuff. Yeah, because it's just like, and with my situation, you would think, all right, someone comes out of nowhere, you would be like on your guard, like, am I going to have to fight this guy or what? It just, but it didn't feel that. It was like it was meant to be. It was safe, and it was just. I can't explain it. It just, you know. But I know I talked about this a while back on one of the shows, but that'll always be in my life. I just there's certain things that happen we can't explain. But
Random, but how old is Fiberton?
I'm in my 40s.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought he was 27 or like
Oh man.
29.
I'm
You
uh, I'm
sound 27,
yeah.
29.
I get told that a lot. It's all good.
You sound really young.
Mm-hmm. I've been told that
Exactly.
all my life. They're like, you should be on the radio. Even
yeah,
like
you got the voice for it. Hey, this is
slow
Fiberton
jams.
Slow Jam.
Oh, nice. Slow jams.
Hey, there you go. Hey, you know what? We might encourage you to get a job with the radio station. There you go.
To any black woman, single black woman, Fiberton is, in his 40s. He
Oh Lord.
got a nice voice.
Hey,
I
You're
need to
gonna
recover first before I
what?
shoot. I need to recover first because that might blow my heart out.
yeah.
But I'm gonna
Well,
be all right.
I think the ladies like your voice, Fiberton.
It's all good. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's a
I
good thing.
appreciate it. Spasibo.
Yeah.
Like is a strong word. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. My man's probably
It's
watching
okay.
me.
No.
I've been on a
He
few
has
lives
a
before where like
eloquent voice.
the whole all of a sudden all of the comments went insane. And I get kind of embarrassed because I'm kind of a shy guy. So when I seen all these women just going, "Oh my God, his voice," I'm like, "Uh-oh." I don't know if that's trouble or not.
Voice gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has a TV host voice. There you go. You have a TV host. You do though. You could be on a TV show, a radio station. Yeah, some people just got that voice. Yeah. That's a
It's
good
all
thing.
good.
Yeah.
I'm just here to help, ladies.
Can I ask, like,
It's the
what
last.
would be a collective pet peeve for
Huh?
what would be a collective pet peeve for white guys?
A collective pet peeve?
Yeah.
Telling us we're wrong? No, I don't know. A pet peeve. Well, when it comes to dating or just the pet
Either
peeve in
way,
general?
in general.
Mm, I'm gonna try.
I know that my guy's pet peeve is when I put hot sauce on the food.
Well, I have one with my wife with the toothpaste. You know, she gets every drop out. And I guess that's a good thing, but it's irritating. Because my dad was the same way, and it just like, ugh. I don't know.
Right, I'm the same. I do that too.
You do that too?
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, it don't really bother me. It's just like, I'm like, oh my God, you do what my dad does. It's just like, okay, we'll save every drop if it makes you happy. But, you know, people have their own things, but that's not really a pet peeve. I think, um,
Or, like inconsideration. Yeah, no, I think that's
I,
probably one pet peeve.
yeah, you know what? My thing is on YouTube, a pet peeve is just, um, trashing black women like these guys do. That just makes me so. It just irritates me, makes me mad. Like I'm just like, and I know I'm not in the black community, but I do have a black wife, and it something's wrong about that. It makes me mad. It makes me want to retaliate in a way on that. You know, it's like if someone says racial slurs at work, I have to say something about it because, well, you should say something about it regardless, right? But when your wife's black, there's no excuse for you. Um, you know, and and it's the same thing with, people attacking black women. I feel I have to say something about this, because it's not right. It's like a collective attack on black women. And I I don't know. Am I seeing something different? I just it's from we weave makeup to that crazy to um they're the reason the divorce rate's the way it is. And I never thought I would get involved in like something like that, but it just, to me, it's just not right because women follow the men in their community, in their group. And when the man's not right, the women, the children ain't going to be right. Um, the man has to be the leader and has to take the responsibility. Otherwise, you got chaos.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You know, you sound like you have common sense and your brain is not empty. Unfortunately, we're dealing in the black community with some of these people that are empty-minded, and they pretty much have nothing to offer themselves, society, or anything or anyone else. So the best thing for them to make them make themselves feel good, I don't know if that's what it is to just say nonsense, pretty much dumb things, and listening to these kind of people pretty much gonna make someone else who have low-minded, dumb spirit just as dumb as them. So for you to see it the way you see it, you different. Because most people are not using normal intelligent. They're not really competent. So pretty much, yeah, we pretty much dealing with um walking dead. That's pretty much how I see them, because they really, when they open their mouth, they don't sound like they say anything but nonsense.
Mm. I think what's going on, and I think a lot of that comes from, I think it's an image thing. When, and tell me if I'm wrong, but what I'm looking at is when I see black men going in on black women, or black women with white men, I think it's an image they're worried about. And I think they're afraid that black women are going to see value in white men and go over to white men. and they're not going to be viewed as the most desired. Because for a good while, black men, after the civil rights, they had black women exclusively for the most part, right? And then they opened up their options after the Loving versus Virginia, and started dating a lot of white women, marrying white women. Um, but white men really weren't doing that. Yeah, there were some that had black wives, but white men move slower than that. They don't just jump in. So it was like almost like they had access to black women, white women, or whatever they wanted to do. And now it's starting to shift a little bit. And they're starting to see black women and white men getting together in relationships and marriages. And then it's successful. So I think in a way it tarnishes that most desired man image, and I think it's just they're more worried about the image than what's really going on in the community, in my humble opinion. Now, I don't think one person's more desirable than the other. I think it depends on the woman, what she finds attractive, that determines you as a man as desirable. Same thing with a woman. I mean, and it's kind of silly. It's like, everybody has their own preference in that area. But I think it's more about image than trying to compete within, you know, resources and marriage and that type of thing. And black women, I believe, have made it easy for black men to not have to compete. And when they're told they're the best and it's not their fault, and it's white supremacy, and it's, black women aren't doing you right and they need to do better. It's like, why would they compete? They don't need to. They got you. And
Exactly. That's why they're so disrespectful, because we give them all these credit that they don't deserve and work for. So of course they're not gonna appreciate anything we say, because they don't need to do anything. We're just gonna give them the praise and worshiping.
and and I'm just that and I think that's it in a nutshell. I think that's what's going on in the collective. Now, not all are like that. Some look at it and see the BS too. But
All of
a,
them are like that.
a,
1,050 plus
a
trash.
thousand. Well, I.
A lot of, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. But I just.
Um,
This is just my observation. But um. Anyway, go
can you
ahead.
can you drop the link for Dion? Um,
For
they
Dion.
yeah, they dropped off the live.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Sure.
Also, I think in the back of their minds, black men know that black women are loyal, and so they just want to. They don't think we're gonna leave, and so they feel like they don't have to do anything extra. But the thing about it is that once you open your eyes and you start trying to divest, things get a little bit better on the dating scene.
The question is, what is it to be loyal for? I mean, to. It's like, I mean, really? Loyal to
There,
what?
there's
A
nothing
bunch
to be
of
loyal to.
ungrateful, degenerate
There's nothing to be loyal
nonsense.
to. They just think that we are. They don't realize that women are waking up and going on their merry way.
Yeah. And
I
I
really hope they are waking up, because this is nonsense. In order to fix this nonsense, we need to be awake, and we really do need to wake up.
yeah. And I think what women need, and I think what black women need, is men that compete for them. And when black women open up their options, that's exactly what they get. They're going to get men that compete for them. And think about this. Um, right now, black women are outnumbered. They outnumber black men by approximately 2 million in America. Okay. And then they're dating out 2 to 3 times what you do, marrying out 2 to 3 times what you do. And then some are incarcerated. Some, there's some gay ones in there. Um, and a lot of them don't want to get married, so it's almost like you're forced to open up your options. I mean, if you're looking at it logically, I mean,
I
The thing
was
is, we
about to
can't
say
change the
that.
community, we can change ourselves. So if we individually start working on ourselves and doing what we need to do, then a community will follow. But we cannot think that other people are going to change. They're not. You can only change yourself.
yeah, we lost the young lady. Oh, okay. Maybe she jumped off. I don't know. Sometimes StreamYards will kick you off. Yeah. I don't ever kick nobody off the panel unless they're cussing me out. Then I might. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, the only ones I kick off is the trolls when I'm done messing with them.
What are they gonna do? Call you a honky cracker? I think that just doesn't work anymore. I had some
Well,
guy tell me a honky crack, you honky cracker. I'm like,
Oh my gosh, that's like
okay, cool, man.
What the heck is a hunky cracker?
I have no idea. I was just like, cool, man. All right, whatever. What
I haven't
about
heard
it?
yeah,
that
I
before.
that's not a real trigger word. Calling, yeah, that's
You call a
like
white guy a honky or a cracker? It's like, okay. What else you got?
like okay. Um, yeah. You know where those words come from? They have meaning behind them. They originated. Um, I was reading in. I was looking on my phone researching it and said that a cracker was given to us from the British to. It was like
Right.
a put down to to a small farmer. You know, because back in the day, like down south, everybody was farmers, right? You had the small farmer that had a little bit of land, not much money, and then you had the big plantation owners that had, acres and acres of land, a lot of wealth. Well, the British put down the farm that didn't have much, called them a cracker. That's where it came from. And somehow through time, black people picked that up and used it as a diss word for white people. Um, that's that's what I read. It came from, and
Right.
so
Crackers
the Brit.
were west. They were people from northwest Britain. The crackers. The actual
Oh, is that what it
the
was?
yeah
Oh,
the
okay.
linguistic the quote ebonic linguistics is
Uh
actually the cracker English dialect that was passed on because the poorest of the poor white people who did work on the plantation, they didn't own, because only like 1% of people in America owned slaves.
yeah.
So the people who worked on the farm were poor white people who worked for the plantation,
Hmm.
and they were crackers. So whenever they spoke to the slaves and all that, they used their obviously their dialect from where they came from. They were poor, so and that's where and that dialect has stayed in America in that community. As the rest of America moved on, that dialect stayed in certain parts of America. That's wild, right? Like that dialect is
Yeah,
not even American.
that's weird. Yeah,
Yeah, like
that's
I'm one of my best friends actually says me house, me car, me, and I'm like, huh? You're like- I'm like, you're British. Why do you say me this, me that, and all that? I was like, wow, okay. That's how I find that
oh,
out.
so okay. So okay, there's a history on cracker.
Hmm.
So yeah, so the history of cracker brought to you by saltines. Uh, no, I'm just I better not say that because saltines will come down on me. Like, oh, we don't. No, but seriously, yeah. And then the word honky. You know where that came from? I looked this up, and it was a term for white men back in the day that would pick up black prostitutes. They would go into a black community and beep their horn, and they'd come to the car.
Oh
Um,
wow.
yeah, and, and I never knew that. I was like, wow. Um, and I guess maybe because they didn't were afraid to get out in the neighborhood, or maybe they didn't want to be seen, or I don't know. I have to study that, but that's what a honky was, a white guy that was pursuing black women prostitutes. They beep their horn, they come to the car. And I was like, wow, okay, so um that's weird. So if someone calls me, I'd say, you know what, I don't pick up prostitutes. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
just like redneck is a slur for the poorest of the poor whites who
Uh-huh.
they couldn't afford anything, and so they worked. They literally, they worked their tail off, and they got sunburned so much that they literally a
Yeah.
redneck. That's literally where it comes from.
Yeah.
They work the fields just like everybody else.
That's crazy. So,
Hmm.
huh.
History is brutal.
Yeah, and I talked to there was one panel I talked to this black woman was saying that yeah, she said my grandmother was very upset. I guess she was dating a white guy and he beeped the horn for her to come out. And I
Mhm.
understand that. That's disrespectful anyway. You come to the door. But I guess she told her what that meant. And that's really disrespectful. Um,
Mhm.
but I didn't know that. That's some of the stuff you find out is where words come from. It comes from somewhere. But of course, it has a different meaning now than it did then. But
Just like the word slave, it doesn't. It actually it it basically the Greeks and the Romans. That's what they called white Eastern Europeans because they were enslaved for 2 millennia. So they would capture Eastern Europeans and then enslave them. And there was the term is transliterization to slave. That's why people are called Slavic, or they use the word Slava for glory in the Slavic language, or they use Slavia to mean the land of Slavs. That's like
Mhm.
it's so and that word of people in bondage, it became a term of all people in bondage. That's
hmm.
what slavery means. So it's kind of weird, huh? Right? Like it meant white Eastern Europeans. That was a term that if they talked about a quote slave, it meant a person in a white Eastern European way before American slavery.
Oh wow. Okay, there you go. Wow. Um, okay, so you guys got a bonus tonight. You got some history lessons on.
Yeah, in fact, if you look up the word, it'll say look up Slavic, the person.
Oh,
Yeah, if you look up the word slave, um, where the word comes from. It's trippy.
huh.
Is Robertson a history teacher?
He could be. I
No,
mean,
no,
i-
no, no.
i-
I
you
I
put it.
learned a lot. You get old. You put a lot of years on. You read a lot of things. So I used to be interested in history. So
Hmm, that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, that's interesting how we get words and how things come about. Yeah.
Brett, I am going to sleep. I have work in the morning. Thank you for having me on, and thank you guys for the panel, and thank you guys in the chat. You guys were very fun and always make me happy and laugh a lot. And thank you for praising Black women and lifting Black women up and talking positively about us. So good night, everyone,
Oh
and
yeah. No problem. Thanks for coming on. It was good having you on the panel. And yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. Um, I was going to do a private uh panel tonight, but I think I'm going to pass on that. When would you guys? Do you guys want to do a private stream? If we get enough, I think next show we'll do it earlier and we'll have a private stream afterwards. The thing about the private stream is I want to get black women and white men in there, or Asian men or Hispanic, to come in the panel. If we can do that, that's my goal. Where we can have like get together and have a group and just talk about dating and stuff, and you guys could get to know each other in like a Zoom type meeting type thing. Um,
That's a good idea.
yeah, I would love to do that. And the men are welcome, ladies you're welcome, and people tell me a lot of times you should have a dating service. Well, I don't have enough followers for that or resources, but what we can do is get together, maybe in a private stream, talk to each other. A Zoom would be good, and I don't know. I know people on the channel have linked up together and give each other emails and talk. You know that have met on the show. Mark and PPP Triple P got married from the channel. They met on
That's right.
this show, and I ended up going to their wedding, and it was awesome. So I mean, look, this is a place to meet. It really is, and I said I want to get more men in this, and ladies have been telling me, well, can we get more white men coming in? And they're coming in more. It's growing, but white men aren't just they don't sit online live shows a lot talking about we just don't do that. We're a lot of us are private with our life, and we don't. And my show's kind of a rarity. There ain't a lot of white men talking about how they love black women, but you see them all over. And I think just having the space, will grow that, and I think it will be a good thing. I think European men would be awesome. Okay. Kita says European men would be awesome. Okay. We'll work on that. I know Liam comes on. He's from the UK. Mark, before he got married, from the UK. So they come in. I mean, but we'll do a private stream on the next Swirl to Investment Academy, and it's going to be more organized as we go. Next time, I want to do guest speakers, and Mercedes. I was planning on having you come in, but I kind of threw this together at the last minute.
Not to worry. I think this was a very successful event.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. I mean, I can't guarantee you success. Nobody can, but we get ideas from each other. But I got homework for you guys. Write out what you want in a husband or wife. Write it out, and then write that love letter. And listen to some slow music. Getting that, get your emotions going a little bit while you put into that letter, and listen to what your heart's telling you what you want. Okay, that's your homework. So this here is the introduction. This here, we're forming a plan. Okay, and then I want you guys to go on a field trip assignment. And what I mean by that is go to an event with your friends, a safe location, and where the groups of men you seek are. Okay? And see how that turns out. And it won't be successful the first time. Probably not. It might be. I know my dating time, there was rejection all over the place. But you got to go through the rejection to get what you want, right? So it's all about having a plan, being strategic, and going for what you want. And we'll talk more about this. I won't be having this show next Sunday, but the Sunday after. It'll be every other Sunday. Okay, that way I can pour more work into this and get this more organized, more more into it. I want to put more into this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, but anyway, guys, I want to have to close down. I had a great time tonight. I think we had a lot of good information. And everybody on the panel, thank you for coming up. Thank you for your input. And
thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Brent. It was a pleasure as usual.
Okay, thank you, Mercedes, Afro Angelique.
Thank you, Brad, for allow me to come in your panel, and I'm so sorry for went off the way I went off.
Oh,
But
no, hey, no worries. Look, you're venting, and that's great. I have no problem with that. I understand what you're saying, and you know what? That's your experience, and you should be able to speak how you feel. I don't like silencing anybody. I know sometimes we get caught in our feelings, but you know what? I say let the ladies speak, and if that's how they feel, that's how they feel. Um, you know, my only thing is I was just trying not to drift off topic too much, because and don't give those people advertisement. They're going, let them live in their paradise. That's whatever they think it is, but yeah. But
all right,
Every time another day. Yeah, come, definitely keep joining us.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, come up anytime. And then Fiberton, sir, thank you for coming up.
You're
It's
welcome, sir.
hey, I'm glad you found us in these streets. It's good
Yeah,
to
yeah,
have you
yeah.
on board.
I kind of bumped into the divestment, like I don't, just
Oh, did,
random thing, like I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or so. Just YouTube, just like I was like looking something up, and it was like divestment. What the hell is divestment? What is this? And
yeah,
that's just how it was, just how it is. Really, it's weird, but it opened my eyes. Like the stories some of these women have, I'm like, what the fuck? Like like women
yeah,
saying, yeah, I went on a date and he asked me to pay. Huh? Where that happened at? I never had that happen in my life. Like
yeah. Hey, yeah, right. Hey, and when
I had to
I
pay full price just to say hi.
yeah, and you know what's weird is when I was dating my wife, she was like, and I paid for the date, and she was like impressed that I paid, and I was like, okay,
Yeah, that's normal. Hello.
yeah, if my dad found out you paid half, he would have choke slammed me and disowned me, and I'm just like, we don't do
Right.
that. It's weird.
Yeah, it's very
Um,
weird.
yeah, it's like, um, and this, bring, what are you bringing to the table thing? It's
Oh
like in our
yeah.
culture,
Or what's that submissive and all this kind of stuff? Like, what you asking a woman to do stuff? You don't even really know her. What are you doing? It's so weird,
yeah,
isn't it? It's so
when we,
bizarre. It's another. I don't know. It's like listening to stuff from Mars or so. I don't know. I don't
yeah,
like the look of it.
it's like when we talk being submissive, we're talking to our wives, not our girlfriends. I
Right.
mean, it's. I mean, I've learned a lot on YouTube, and then talking to my wife, she says, "Yeah, it is that way." I'm like, "Wow." I mean, but we never talked about our old relationships. We never. So it was like, and then my wife, she comes from a white community, so it's like, even though I was first the only white guy she dated, it was like it worked out because we're like in the same culture, you might say. We're from the same town. The things I did, she was doing, so it just meshed together.
Yeah, that's
But
good, man. Hey, you've been married for what, 28 years? That's a long
yeah,
time, especially in America now. 28 years. You're really like
yeah,
putting some numbers up. You're
I
putting some
know.
numbers up.
I tell people that, and they're like, they look at me like I'm a liar. Oh,
Right.
really? No way. Yeah. We got married May 19th, 1994.
Wow, it's a
Yeah.
long time ago.
And and our kids are all grown up. They're adults. Our youngest is 21.
That's
You
awesome,
know,
man. That's awesome.
yeah. So I mean, we got, but
I
you know
crashed dumb
what?
in my life. Almost got married twice, but I crashed dumb in my life. Like something happened, like everything has to line up together right for everything to work out. And like
Yeah,
just a few things happen and that's the way it goes. That's life. Such is life.
yeah. You know though, I get a lot of emails, people that talk to me in interracial relationships that have been married several years. Like, and some are more than me, like 30, 40, 50. I'm like, really? You guys are baby boomers. You went through some stuff. I mean, yeah, but our marriages are successful. Black women, white men together. And Mercedes, she's been married a while. Um,
We're going on 13 years.
13 years, yeah. So our marriages last longer than most. Um, and you know, but marriage in America, yeah, it don't last long on the average. It really don't, and that's sad. But yeah, I mean, but I got my story to tell, and it can be successful. It can work. You know, but anyway, let me go ahead and close out. It's almost it's 11:30 at night here.
All right,
So
man. You
Have
have
a
a
good
good night.
night,
yeah, you
gentlemen.
have a
Buenas
good night.
noches. Good night.
Okay.
See you next time.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming on. All right. I'll see you guys on the next one. I won't be going live till probably Wednesday this week. Okay, I'm taking Monday and Tuesday off from YouTube. So I won't be going live till Wednesday or Thursday this week. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show. This is just a pre-show. It's just the introduction, but there will be more into this, and the next one will have the private stream. So get ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to come on the private Zoom? We'll set that up for the next one. Okay? But that'll be 2 weeks from now. Okay? Because I want to put more work into this than my other live streams. So, but anyway, have a good night. God bless to you and your families, and I'll see you either Wednesday or Thursday this week. Have a good night. God bless.